Hello, lovelies. How's everybody doing? We had a minor scare there when the login server fell over. Fingers crossed that it doesn't happen again this evening. But if I suddenly disappear or disconnect, you know what's happened. So, let me first of all mute the stream, because it sounds like, well, I can hear me, so I hope you guys can hear me. My loading screen today is it's one of my little marketplace tips. Seemed on point for marketplace one. But let's turn that one off so you can see where I am. So I'm on Xanadu today. I'm on doing the last of my market hop streams for a while, and that's because I have done, I think, pretty much all the markets on my list on all of the other Southern Freedom Isle servers, and the only ones that we've not gotten to on one of these streams have been Xanadu ones. I did get to a Xanadu one on a different stream on one of the Mardi Gras streams, my one rather than Calvert's one. We went over and we had a look at Dragonwick, which was Seraphina's place, over on the east coast, which is a particularly lovely market, by the way, if anybody hasn't been there. If I see a rare open helm, you need it, Ruffle. Okay. So I'm not going to be doing Dragonwick, but not because it's not a good market, just because I did do it on another stream. But I am going to be doing exclusively Xanadu ones today to try and sweep up as many of those as I can. The reason I'm starting looking at this particular thing is because I never realised, I don't think, that that the graphics on the shop signs are backwards on one side and forwards on the other, and it's really noticeable on the question mark ones. So that amused me. But hello everybody who's in chat. Hi Sam, hi Mimas. Hello Ruffle, Moomin, Tamawi. Welcome to the stream, Tamawi. Hi Robbie. And hi Madoon, missed you. Amazed you didn't die when the servers fell over. I know I had one toon that was on release and was fine, and I had another toon that was on release and ended up in a refresh loop, and I, like a lot of people, foolishly tried relogging them, and then of course got stuck out, but they got them up again pretty quick in fairness, so fingers crossed. It's all going to be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Fine. We hope. Anyway, so I'm kicking off with a market that I have only recently added to the marketplace list. And I wanted to say I wasn't aware of this market's existence, except I did actually stumble across it once when I was sailing across Xanadu. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. I should come back here and take pictures and add it to the list. And of course, I then promptly forgot where it was, what it was called, or anything, until Zalo popped me a PM the other day and he was like, come to my market, add it to your list. And then I realised that I have actually been here before. So we are currently on the north side of Xanadu. We are around B1516, just here, and we are at Haukrhavn Market, which is not one that I have been frequenting for the reasons I just mentioned, but it is pretty fancy looking, and I remember how excited I was when I stumbled across it before. So this is going to be the first time I actually get to look at any of these merchants. And after that, we're going to be going with markets that I'm a little bit more familiar with. However, the weather turned against me earlier, and it might still be a light breeze. Look, a light breeze on a Xanadu sailing day. So we're going to do some... You've already been there? Ruffle. So we're going to be fighting against the weather a little bit unless it suddenly picks up. But I've got some tactics which I was going to be using anyway to help me get across Xanadu a little bit easier. So hopefully it's not going to inhibit us too much, but we shall see. So I've parked my boat up here. I haven't seen on here, although there may be one, an off-deed area to park the boats, in case you want to load things. I imagine there probably is somewhere because they sell animals here. So there's probably a loading area somewhere, but the deed ends at the edge of this dock. So, whoops! So if you really needed to, you could, for example, hop just off deed like this to summon somebody. You could unload your creature cages on this slope probably, although that's a little bit tricksy. Technically, you can load a creature into an underwater creature cage. I it makes me a little bit queasy doing that, so I try not to do it more often than not. I do sometimes end up doing that at Impelongs, though, in order to get close enough to load them in. Hi, Rock Lobster. You still need a rare faux statuette for your priests. Okay, I will keep an eye out for you too. So, okay, rare open helms we're looking for, rare faux statuettes. I'm still looking for rare pottery jars. I feel like there was something else that was on my list as well. But anyway, yes, I will keep an eye out. And because I sometimes do get distracted when I'm both talking to you guys and scrolling through merchant windows, if somebody sees one and I haven't, just shout out or honk or something. Okay. Yeah, get your shopping orders in now. Like, seriously though, if there is anything that you've like desperately been looking for, like not been able to find anywhere, by all means stick it in the chat, and we can all keep an eye out, because I tend to linger a little bit on merchants' inventories, so it's not just my eyes doing the looking. So this place is, as I said, this is Haukrhavn Market. It's a little bit of a strange one in terms of spelling. So the deed is spelled like that, pretty sure. Yes. It is on the community map though, so it's quite easy to find, and I think it is run by Zalo and Alieska. So this is the one that we are starting at. After this, my next stop is going to be heading over to Sleepy's Island, and after that point I'm going to be trying to head over up to Tarsis Harbour Market, which I did pop into briefly on a stream with Calvert a while ago. I think it was when we were on our way to the Lunalong, but I'm going to go and give that a better look, because that's a nice market that I go back to from time to time. And then from there, I'm going to do some portal hopping, hopefully, to try and get myself to things like the Lormere public market, over to the Glasshollow one. There's a few markets that I had listed on Xanadu which have either fallen or haven't fallen, but appear to be largely abandoned, like a lot of the merchants have left and things. So I did go crossing a bunch off my list this morning. Unfortunately, one of the ones that has fallen is Nexa Market, which any market lovers will know has been on Xanadu for quite a long time, and was also attached to a big kind of recruiting deed, the Amish estates. So that one has finally fallen, sadly. But there are still a few smaller markets around. So thanks, Ruffle, super helpful. And also, if any of you aren't aware, hello, Sminkless. Welcome to the stream. If any of you aren't aware and like markets in general, I have a marketplaces thread on the forum for Southern Freedom Isles ones only. I'm an SFI player, so I don't have one for NFI markets. I wouldn't even know where to start. But Ruffle might very, very helpfully also post that one in the chat for you if you want to go and see sort of my master list of markets that I'm aware of. It doesn't include a lot of like just 1 and 2 merchants popped up outside deeds or things like that. It doesn't include a few starter town markets which seem to be specifically geared towards new toons, and it also doesn't for the most part include, although I think there are a couple on there, it doesn't tend to include things like exclusively horse markets or animal markets, although I might at some point go and collect those up and put them on there, but I don't tend to visit them, therefore I don't tend to know about them. But yeah, so that's that. Right, let's go and have a look. Ruffle, if you are hunting it down on the forums, it's called Want to Find More Marketplaces, or something like that, I'm pretty sure. So this one seems to be a mix of, we've got a whole load of merchant stands in the middle. We've also got a bunch of little shops, which of course I love. And there are more coming. So there's a few that have got these merchant coming soon signs. There are a few empty ones like this, but there's still quite a lot here to see. So we're going to go and have a nosy. And I really like these like little booths. This is absolutely my kind of market. Oh, and they sell booze here. When I was on my booze hunt, I will remember this for the next booze hunt. Although, do I have orange brandy? I don't think I do have orange brandy. Okay, so kicking off with a booze merchant. Nice high quality booze as well. Thanks, Ruffle. You found it. So we've got a booze merchant there. There aren't too many places that I've seen kind of comprehensive booze merchants like this. I know that Madoon sells some booze on one of his merchants at the Paul's Close Market on release. You can also get some from Kiss at the Nomads Market on Independence, and I know that Seraphina's Market that I mentioned earlier on Xanadu, Dragonwick, they also have a booze merchant. There might be some others that I'm forgetting, but those are the ones off the top of my head. If, like me, you're ever trying to fill someone's, inflatable birthday pug boat full of booze and trying to find places that you can buy it, those are the ones off the top of my head. This is very colourful as well. Like, look at this. This is awesome. You can hear those roaring fires as well. However, we seem to have a stand-in here. So I'm assuming that this is sort of like a bit of a tavern, chill-out space, but not a merchant. So we'll carry on. Okay, so there's some more buildings over there. We've got a whole load in there. What have we got here? West Horse. Oh, they've got horses on both sides. Or maybe they've got animal pens on both sides. So there is a horse merchant here. They've done the same thing that I did at a lot of the Little Venice ones. If you post a merchant in front of a balcony like this, you can just you can trade with them through any window. It's just the balcony's quite a nice little way to kind of like peer into a merchant booth. Ooh. Somebody is selling and breeding champion horses in earnest now. That's good to know. So if you haven't got a champion horse and you want one, if you've been admiring my champion horse, if you don't do much actual champ hunting, because that's the one downside of champion horses, is that it kind of buggers up your lurker in the woods pendulum. But if you want it just for fancies, looks like they sell quite a few here. These will be the champ horses, in fact. Look at them. And they are all ebony, so I assume they are all going to be 4-speed plus the extra ebony trait and some others besides. There you go. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. What else have we got? So this is on a highway, evidently. So if you live on Xanadu or live nearby, you can path your way here on a highway, or you can just sail over like I did. I think it's B15, 16 on Xanadu, but its coordinates and all of the other market coordinates are on that marketplace thread that Ruffle just shared. See, now they've also done this thing that I like. And I think I mentioned this before on one of my How to Run a Marketplace streams. I was talking about the tricky things about animal markets where if you can't reach the animals to inspect, which wouldn't be a problem here because actually they are in single tile pens effectively, but if you can't reach them to inspect, or if, for example, it's the kind of market where you have an alt posted because it's a bit of a pain to sail to, your alts probably don't have that much animal husbandry, so you couldn't examine them and actually see what they've got. So it's really nice actually having all of the information right here, super easy to see and find. They've also labelled their pens nicely as well. And I'm fairly sure they also did the thing that I like with keys as well, where instead of just having the pen number, yeah, there you go, they also tell you what is in every pen. Nice and easy as you go. You always want to take home all of the tiny horses. I know. Me too. Oh, I don't want to kill a wildcat. I don't think. Whoa. Okay, so that's a church. Right, I think I can safely avoid the wildcat. We don't want to kill kitties. I'm just going to go and have a peek in the church, though. Ooh, skull banners. Fancy. Some nice rare dotted flowers in the planters as well. This is nice. Ooh. Oh, you know what? I love that. Ha ha ha. In fact, I was thinking, not for a church, but I was thinking about doing something like this just last week, about using pylons inside buildings and essentially building buildings around them. I was thinking of doing an entranceway to my possible pop-up event deed on Exodus, which is just going to be between Thorspring and Ruffles' burgeoning Christmas deed. And there's a pylon there, and I was thinking about how to do exactly this thing basically and use it in a marble building, but I hadn't even considered using it in a church, and I think that this is actually gorgeous. this is really nicely done, because it really lends itself to that. And also it's not quite the same color as the white marble, but it's close enough that you can get away with it. And also it has got these lovely, like, sort of, you know, figurine bits and things. So thoroughly approve of this. You can't finish mission structures in buildings, but now that we can move mission structures if they are on deed, or if you've made them, you can make it outside and then push it into a building, or complete a building around it. So there you go. That is really, really nice, and I have not seen anybody else do that. So I'm going to take a nice little screeny, because I think that's awesome. Just, can I get it in a screen without the, without the jutty bits? I might just have to accept some jutty bits, mightn't I? She says. There we go. And a lovely rare, is that rare blue lib in the middle? It is a rare, not lib, Venora. So yes, fancy church. Yeah, Ruff was talking about doing a Christmas deed and sort of scouted out a few new spots, but he's now repurposing one that she already has. In fairness, we lured Ruffle over to Exodus a little while ago, because I've been spending a lot of the past year on Exodus. I've been splitting my time between Exodus and release, and Ruffle was looking to drop more deeds at the time, and she came over to Exodus and dropped a little deed, and so Calvert and I were like, yoink, scooped her up. But we're all really quite close to one another on Exodus as well, which is why we're talking about ways that we can sort of connect up, make easy passage between those deeds, and maybe set some things up there to encourage people to visit if we run sort of like little pop-up events or something like that. So we've got a leather merchant. I did. Was it the coins and foraging piles? Yeah. There were not many people foraging on Exodus, and I was just getting coin after coin after coin. That's how I got you, is it? I see. You posted on the forums, Madoon. Has the Pools Closed Market got a forum thread now of its own? I haven't linked to it, if so, but if you have, I will go and try and add it into the to the marketplace thread, because I link to marketplace posts when I can, but if it's just sort of like a one-off, okay, I should try and find it later. Okay, so we've got some horse saddles. Oh, this is all QL90 as well, so nice high quality. Tool belts and leather armor on this one. We've got, what have we got on this one? Some rare materials and Kavasi at a good price. At an inconsistent price, slightly, but a good price. Oh, and some tea as well. Look at all that tea. Oh, look how cheap that tea is as well. Pretty sure I've already got a couple of barrels of yellow tea. I'm always tempted, though, by barrels of anything. Anything at all. Like, well, anything cooking related, put it that way. Wow, what else have we got? What else have we got? Ooh, Havergi's got one here. So this must be a community market. I imagine that Zalo and Alyeska have got a few merchants here, but it looks like other players have too. So I don't know if this one is open to everybody. It looks like it might be, though, because Smiley's got one here, Wolfgar's got one here. And as you saw, there are some merchants, some market stalls still left empty. So if you're the sort of person who likes to have merchants on different people's markets, this might be a good one to come and to get merchant added to. On that note, I have got a little bit of news about it later, because it is the Delhi Renaissance Festival in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days? 4 days? 4 days. What does my pop-up say? 4 days! 4 and a bit days. But there is a marketplace there, so just a temporary one for the event. So also, if you want to come and drop a merchant over there, you just need to speak to a staff member to get access to a place, and you can come pop your merchant, in the market there just for the duration of the Impalong, which runs for 4 days over the Easter weekend. You can contact any staff member. Bunlows or Morilux would both be good people to contact. You can technically also ask me. I think I have permissions to also give people access to that building. Just, not while I'm on stream, obviously. So we're at Havergi's Merchant, which has got a whole bunch of rares, including a bunch of rare bows. Nice. These are creation quality for the most part, but you could always get them imped up in an Impalong. What else have we got? You sold a barrel of honey yesterday, Matthew. Beekeeping takes time and effort, and it certainly takes time and effort to get honey if you need honey right now. It's not something that you can just spam away at in an afternoon. So we've got a variety of bows and a variety of tools here on this one, at good prices as well. They're 2 silver each. Good stuff. And some enchanted hatchets, specifically. Also, randomly, a couple of bunny ears. If you're feeling particularly Eastery and you didn't get bunny ears last year. Serious. What have we got on this one? Weapons. Weapons and shields. Also QL90, and some of them silver as well at QL90, so it's pretty good. I am wearing my Pirate Crim gear today, but I am not carrying my Pirate Crim weapons, because I'm going to be doing a little bit of running on foot around Xanadu. And I did empty out a lot of the stuff in my pockets, so I wouldn't be quite so slow as I usually am. But I was like, I should probably carry a weapon that I am competent with, just in case. But the running around on Xanadu is going to come later. So we've done those 2. What have we got here? Got a Wolfgar Merchant, so this is another player-owned one. Selling, there you go, we've got some PMK stuff here. Keeper of Truth, PMK merch. All the varieties. Don't know if there's a Keeper of Truth. There you go, this is Keepers of Truth. So they're the kind of Hessian one. That's a very, very bright, shiny nymph there. And a whole load more PMK stuff. Ooh, including some unusual stuff, actually. This is exciting. So we've got Jen Kellen Kingdom banners, cheese flags, Mulrahan banners, Jen Kellen flags, a couple of Capybara Sultanate flags. We've got MR flags, cheese banners, presumably the other ones are flags, and most excitingly, Macedon stuff, which you just don't see very often. Do you know, I don't know if I've got a Macedon banner at Little Venice or not. It's more than I'd want to pay for a Macedon flag, but I'm tempted to have a banner at that price. You don't often see those for sale places now. Where are my coins? Coins. Yes, coins. Let's put some of these shiny things in there. First purchase of the stream. Ding ding. Oh, smileys. So, mentioned smileys. So we've got some rares and some not rare enchanted. Actually, this one's a bit of a mix. We've also got some. Tell you what, let's sort it.
Cha-ching.
So we've got.
Take my money.
Absolutely, cha-ching. We've got some gifts, some skins, some enchants, and some rares on this one, including a Cock 101 90 quality meditation rug, which is good for high quality meditation rugs are good for getting questions. Low quality meditation rugs are good for getting meditation skill gains, generally speaking. So if you're at the high levels trying to get those trickier questions, once you get past sort of 6, I think around 6, it starts to get a little bit more difficult to get questions, and it gets a lot more difficult at higher levels in terms of path levels, that is meditation paths. You want to get yourself a nice high quality rug like this. At that point, the cock cost matters a bit less, because you're probably only going to be using this for the question meditates, but still. High quality rug does make all the difference. That is really cheap for a festive bedroll, and I'm having it. Bargain. Well, I'm doing this stream raffle so that you can window shop vicariously. You know, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's totally why I'm here. It's for everybody else's benefit, definitely, and not for mine. In fact, I think. See, this is a really strange mix, because I would say that is cheap for a checkerboard. That's definitely cheap for a festive bedroll, but expensive for fireworks. So this is a little bit of an odd mix in terms of pricing. But there is some good stuff. Some really well priced stuff on here. There's some bargains on this one. Got some rare chain pieces on this one. If you're somebody who has been building a rare chain set and trying to find extra pieces as you go. Some enchanted rare tools with nice enchants on them as well. A cock bucket. Makes me laugh every time I call it a cock bucket. For your dairy making. Is it dairy making? No, it's milking. It's going to be milking. It's the milking skill. If you have a circle of cunning on your milk bucket, you get extra skill gains for it. So that's how you level up your milking, if you didn't know. We've got a rare spindle here as well, and a not rare one, and a cornucopia, and a little Yule goat. So, festive bedroll. Now, the last time I did one of these streams, once or twice, I was like, oh, I'm going to have that, and I brought it down, then I got carried away talking, and then I just left the merchant. So there were a couple of things I meant to buy on the last stream and I didn't. So if you see me do that, if you see me be like, oh, I'm going to buy this thing, and then just wander away, distracted, shout at me and make me go back for it. Please and thank you. I might have to go and get some more coin out. I didn't actually go and tip out my bank account before I came out for stream, so I will... Oh, wait. Yeah, I'll do this side, and then I will wrap up and do the other side of these ones. So what have we got up in these buildings? So that's one. Those are still waiting for merchants. Is this one also waiting? Yes, that one's also waiting. And this one I think is just yeah, this is just sort of like a space to hang out. Gosh, look at that purple. That is beautifully bright. 129.30, 188. Very fancy. Oh, and that's the banner I've just bought. So that is the Macedon Kingdom banner. You don't see them around very often. You don't see them for sale very often. There is one left on a merchant here. If anybody is desperately looking for one. And there are a few flags there as well, although the flags are a bit too expensive for my taste. There might not still be one left by the time I leave this deed, because I really do like the Macedon banners. But I think I'm good with one. I've definitely already got one. I just don't know if I've already got, like, one and a spare for Little Venice. Offloading. Ah, there you go. Off deed loading. East of deed. So, regarding my earlier comment, looks like you'd park up your boat on this side if you want to be loading animals in, for example. Merchant Aurora. So this is the key merchant for these ones. We've got a load more champion horses over here. And oh, there's a champion pheasant here as well, and a greenish something, and I assume that's going to be a greenish horse, but it could be a donkey or something else. What is this one? Shade Numitor. Let's go and have a look when we go past 14. Oh, no, look! They're champion unicorns. 4-speed champion unicorns. Very nice. Except for this one, which is just a 4-speed unicorn. Oh, do you know what? I wish that they tweaked the way that tame works in the game for mounts. Because for anybody who doesn't know, hi Tentail, good to see you. For anybody that doesn't know, unicorns have to be tamed in order to be ridden. But you can have 2 people on a unicorn. Which is quite nice. But, of course, because it is tamed, unless you are a faux priest, basically everything will go for it. And even if you're a faux priest, some of the hardest things will still go for it because they go for faux priests. So your Hellscorpiuses, your Scorpions, your Trolls, all of those will still make a beeline for you. And I don't know if it's coded into the game or if it's just really unfortunate, but generally speaking, things will go for your tamed animal before they go for you. So even if you've got an animal with a load of combat traits bred in, for example, they just don't last that long against a hard enemy, which makes having animals that you have to tame in order to take out, it makes them tricky as mounts. It's not to say you can't do it, but you just run much higher risk of losing them. I love me a champion pheasant though. So have you still got one at the Paul's Close Market? Can you not brand it instead? Or doesn't you can brand them, yeah, but that still doesn't allow you to ride them, because you can't lead them unless they are tamed, and you have to lead in order to ride. Have you guys still got a no, but you can breed more? In fact, somebody was asking me just the other day about breeding champion pheasants as well, so I know there are some people out there looking for them at the moment. I will have to let them know that there is one here. I didn't actually look whether it's male or female. This one is male. And then we do indeed have some more champion horses. There you go, there's your off-deed loading unloading area just over there. More champion horses around there. Spoopy tunnel in the back. And let's wrap back. I like the seal just hanging out by the church. What about putting a bridle on them? I mean, you can put all of the gear on them, but you still, even if it's got a bridle on, have to lead it, right? A bridle just allows you to lead it without a rope, but you still have to do the lead action, which you can't do. Yeah, champion chickens are the best. Champion pheasants are pretty awesome, and at least champion pheasants can be bred unlike champion chickens, but personally, really big fan of the champion chickens and roosters. They are just so magnificent. I love them. They are my favourites, and I have a pair of them, which I love and squeeze and feed delicious things. Guess what changed at some point, Tantail? Champion pheasants, do you mean? Or do you mean, or are we talking about the unicorns? I don't know if you ever could ride unicorns untamed. When I started playing Wurm, it was actually way worse, because whether or not your creature was tamed, things would still attack your horse. So in my first year or two of playing Wurm, several times when I was getting a train of mobs following me in the wild when I was out exploring, I would lose both my toon and my horse, and I was always a lot more gutted about the horse because I came back and the horse didn't. So frequently I would get struck down by something, and then come racing back to find my horse dead next to my corpse, and I really hated that. It actually put me off exploring for a long time. I am so glad that they changed that. But tamed creatures still very vulnerable, which really limits what you can do with tame. Taming allows you to breed stuff, obviously, but you can't, for example, I don't know, take your tame dogs off deed. Can't tame your unicorns and reasonably use those as mounts unless you are very strong and always paying close attention. Yeah, I feel like tame needs a bit of an overhaul in just the way it works. But rant for another time. So, Merchant Ursa. Okay, so we got a load of imbues here. You make these by mixing the blood of uniques with source salt. So there's a variety of them available here. It takes a few to fully imbue any tool. So those do tend to be a thing that you buy in quantity if and when you buy them, or go to a lot of slayings, collect and make your own. But there's a goodly quantity there. It's one of the things that's making me a little bit, not queasy, but about the goblin camps as well, because at goblin camps, mounts will also be attacked, whether or not they're tamed. And they've said that they're doing that because they want to discourage people from taking mounts into combat. Hopefully nobody will do it not realizing that their mounts are getting attacked, but there will also be people who just use sacrificial horses, and that makes me sad. This one's got a rare strange bone on it and some drake hide. And let's expand all and sort it. So we've got some Drake Hide and Dragon Scale available on this one. Variety of enchanted weapons. Look at those. Very fancy. Rare strange bone, which is unusual to see actually on a merchant rather than just sold through trade. Oh, you lost your horse. Yeah, you know what? I get really attached to my animals in Wurm as well, and I'm properly sad if I lose any of them, particularly if I lose them by misadventure. I had a beautiful ebony 4-speed immortal horse. It was just a few months after they overhauled animal husbandry, so immortal horses were still quite hard to come by then, and I super loved it. And it got killed by mobs at a rift camp because I didn't realise they were doing AoE damage. That was a very hard lesson learned for me. I won't be making that mistake again. So this is clearly one of Zallow's ones. Zallow will do you custom weapons if there's something in particular you're looking for not stocked there. And as you can see, you can clearly imp them to high quality and do good enchants on them. Or somebody's got a lib priest. Don't often see these on merchants, but Ruffle and I have been collecting them to use as decoration. So we've got some soul crystals and some flash pods over here on these. They're fun. For anybody who doesn't know what these are, these come from Labilla holy sites. So one of the holy sites will allow you to extract the flesh pods, and I can't remember what they do. Ruffle, do you know? Are they the ones that spawn you a kind of like a simulacrum or a homunculus or something weird like that? The soul crystals, I think you can use them to, does it give you, it gives you a little bit of skill gain. It's a little bit like Mind Stealer on a weapon. So the sort of skill that it will give you is based on the animal that's in it, but also they just make really nice decoration. Am I about to sneeze? I feel like I'm about to sneeze. I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Maybe. I promise I'll try and mute if I feel like I'm going to sneeze. It's just that season. Yeah, so soul crystals, you can use them, I think, to get a little bit of a skill tick. Smash them for skill gain. There you go. And the flesh pods make simulacra. Thank you, Ruffle. I knew you would know. So you can smash the soul crystals for skill gain, or if you're a magpie, like me and Ruffle, they hover. They're really quite nice to decorate with. They decay quite slowly if they are in buildings and on deed. So they are legitimate things that you can use as decoration, and it's this kind of glowy, almost like the dark crystal, but small, glowy purple crystal with like a kind of inky black mist around it, and they will just bounce around, hover in the air on whatever surface you put them on. So they're quite cool for decoration, particularly if you're doing some kind of spooky or cultish or occultish type deed theme. These are good for that. What have we got on this one? Skull stuff here. So you can get some of your skull PMK things here. Ooh, skull tents. Do I have a skull tent? I don't know, you know. But I imagine that one of the people running this deed is part of this PvP kingdom. So this is probably a place that these will be readily available as long as they have stuff to give. You were tempted to get a tent as well. They are nice. They are nice. The Order of the Dragon and the Skull stuff are both nice. There's, in fact, for anybody who doesn't know what we're looking at in terms of PMK stuff, this here, there you go, this is the skull. These are the tool banners, but this is what you're looking at with these kind of like galaxy backgrounds. They are pretty. It's a pretty one. I'm sure that there's probably going to be some more skull stuff around somewhere. If anybody sees one of their flags or banners, shout out. Those are the tool banners. Ooh. Oh, you know what? I didn't even pop this. I see this and I panned right past it. This right here is about the rarest PMK that you can get. You so rarely see them. It's kind of a treat to actually get to see one in the flesh. And I think that's because the Roman Republic weren't actually... Is this right? Does anybody know? I think they weren't... Is this the one that weren't actually a PMK on Chaos? These were brought over from like an epic PMK or something like that from somewhere else. They weren't meant to be in the game, but some of them got transferred across to SFI and they allowed it. But it just means that there's just like... They're really, really rare. Like, you don't see them very often, and when people are looking for these, the bounties that they put out on them tend to be really very high. So... unless you come visit this deed, for a lot of you, that might be the only time you ever actually get to see what the Roman Republic banners look like. But there you go. Now you know. What I was actually looking for was a skull banner, because I'm surprised I haven't yet seen one kicking about. I'm sure there probably is going to be one somewhere. There you go. I've got a Macedon banner there that I blithely went straight past. But yeah, so this stuff here, this is the skull stuff. And let me go and just have a look again, because I'm also tempted. Also tempted by a tent. I might get some tall banners as well, because tall banners aren't postable. So when I see tall banners, nice tall banners at a good price, I'm often tempted to get them whilst I am there in the flesh. I kind of... You know what? I am going to do it. I keep being tempted whenever I see PMK merchants to go and just log on my market manager over at Little Venice to check that I've got them in the display there. Because for anybody who's ever been to Little Venice, I have a PMK shop there. But I try in the...
Take my money.
I try in the PMK shop to display as many of the banners, tall banners and flags as I can, even if they're not ones that I stock, even if they're not ones that I have, just to sort of have them there as a reference point. So I'm going to super duper quickly log Georgina in the background and just go and make sure, since we've got Macedon stuff and Skull stuff here, make sure that I'm covered for the display in Little Venice. Because I'm a magpie, and I love me some PMK things. They're so shiny.
Oh, yes. Magnificent.
Might be a good opportunity for me to catch up on chat as well. Haven't been to a single one. Oh, haven't been to a single what? Holy site. Tantail. They're a bit of acquired taste. And it's absolutely the kind of thing where if you take your main, you want to take some stuff to do while you're there, but most people tend to take alts or maybe priests over, because there's a lot of AFK sitting around waiting for stuff to happen. Right, what have we got? So I have got skull stuff there, including... Ooh. May not have a skull flag there. And I don't have a Macedon banner here. I didn't think I did. So, glad I just bought one. I also don't know if I've got a Macedon flag back on my main deed, but now's not the time for that. So, is this the last merchant to see? I think it is. I think I've now done them all. But just close your eyes a minute. It's just... Is that going to be enough? Probably. Probably. What do we want, folks? What do we want? Let's have a couple of those. Because I can't mail them to myself if I want them, whereas if I decide I want a tent, I could mail one to myself, or I could just come back here and get it. Nearly did that thing, though, where I closed the window and didn't actually buy it, so let's have two of those. Yoink! And I think that's it for Haukrhavn. Just get all the things. Yeah, just all the things. The trouble is now I have once again depleted my... no, I've got a little bit of silver on me. That's all right. I can always take some more out at another deed if I need to.
Goblin glee.
So we bought 4 things. 4 things in this one. Whoops. Now, I don't suppose... Oh dear, who died? Aw. Poor Lethan. I don't suppose the wind's picked up. It has a bit coming from the southeast. Now, I've got my priest, Eshri, my faux priest, in the boat for a very good reason. Because at some point, I'm going to abandon ship and I'm going to start portal hopping and she's going to sail it home. Where did we say it was coming from? Southeast? It's unfortunate because I'm going to be doing an awful lot of sailing east today. But I don't think I'm doing any sailing southeast, so we should be all right. We just, like, you know what, I'll take it. I'll take it. It beats the sort of 8 kilometres an hour that I was facing when it was a light breeze. So that was Haukrhavn Market. And... full of beans. But actually, I'm not going to sail the slow way. I'm going to brave some border sharks and try and cheat. So what we're going to do is plot a course to somewhere else that I know well. Let's go to Release. I often go to Release or Pristine, but given that Pristine was down longer than everything else earlier, I'm feeling like maybe it would be better to just give Pristine a bit of a wide berth at the moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to border hop to a smaller server, because we are currently here, and we're going to be sailing over to here, which on Xanadu is a bloody long sail, especially in a breeze. So instead, I'm going to border hop up to one of the small servers. We're going to go to Release, which is going to land me about here. I'm then going to sail the shorter distance on Release over to this edge here. Then I'm going to drop back down onto the biggest server, Xanadu, and that will at least shorten my journey a bit. Assuming the border sharks don't eat me. Otherwise, we're going to have the stream of, you know, swimming in the ocean waiting for a GM ticket without my boat. And who doesn't love that? Yeah. Well, the thing is, Release was up the whole time. It was the server. It was the login server that was down, but Pristine seemed to be down as well. So the two of them went down, and when all of the others came, when the login server came back up, I had somebody waiting by a portal to move over, and like even 10 minutes later when I portaled Crim over, at the portal selection screen it wasn't letting me pick Pristine, it was letting me pick anything else but. So I don't know if Pristine's got some ongoing issues or what, but I don't want to risk it. Don't want to risk it. Poor Pristine indeed. So the route today, Tantail, we've started here. We're going to be going over to Sleepy's Island Market here, in the north east. From there, I'm then going to be going off the east side and doing a little bit of a bounce on... what am I doing? I'm going to go across to a small server, and then I'm going to go up off the north border of that server to reappear down here on Xanadu. And then we're going to go up to Tarsis Harbour Market here. From that point on, then I'm going to sail across to one of the deeds here. I mean, my temptation is always to go up to the Lunalong, which is an Impalong site, because I know that one, but actually there's a straighter route from one of the deeds just down from it. So I'm going to sail across to a deed here, which is on a straight shoot up to Lormere, run there on foot. There is a market at Lormere, an off-deed one, like a community market. I'll shop there. Then I'm going to portal hop over to Glasshollow and do Glasshollow Market up here. And then, depending on how we're doing for time, there are a couple of little markets which... Hold your breath. Hey! Let me just get Eshri back in the boat, because she's probably also been booted out weirdly. Right, Esh is back in. And I am back in. We are on Release. Temporarily. And then depending on how we're doing for time, if we've got a bit of time, there are a couple of much smaller markets which are also much more remote on Xanadu, i.e. they're not near a border and they're not that near a portal, but I have alts there. So if we've got a little bit of time left over, what I might do is hop to another toon and show you a couple of the littler markets on Xanadu. But we'll see how we go. I don't yet know quite how long the sailing is going to take and how unkind the weather is going to be. So we'll see. We'll see. But yes, at the very least, I'm planning to hit, having just done Haukrhavn, I'm going to hit Sleepy's Island, I'm going to hit Tarsis Harbour Market, the Lormere Public Market, and the Glasshollow Market Reloaded. Although, I know that one has also suffered some losses recently, but I'll tell you a little bit more about it when we get there. There are still some merchants there, but they are depleting. I don't know if that one's going to pick up again or not. The island deed that you're technically part of used to be a different deed with a market. So whereabouts are you based, Tantail? Tarsis. Oh, I see. Cool. So you were living just on the other side near Tarsis. And where are you now? There is another market on Xanadu, although it's a horse market exclusively, that I've also been to on stream, and that was the same stream that I dipped into Tarsis Harbour Market before. It's when Calvert and I were going to the Lunalong last November, December time. And that's Malena's, or Catspur's, horse market on Xanadu. Misty Rock, I want to say. There used to be a nice little market down on the south side of New Spring Island as well, but that one, alas, died a death a while ago. I see. So you're still on the south side of Zan, still in that kind of southwest corner. I've seen a few markets come and go over the years, and some that then get revived, or somebody kind of redeeds the same space and does a revival. There was, we didn't get to see it on stream because by the time I was streaming, it had collapsed again. But there's been a sort of an ill-fated market that's come and gone several times over the years, right outside of the Celebration Start Town tap dance. It was a tap dance market, community market, that was there for a few years and then fell, and then somebody refounded it and got a bunch of people together, and a year or so later it fell again, and now another person has set up a market there, which I think is also a community market. So there is one there at the moment again, but that site just seems to sort of has struggled to hold a market for long. But I hope they'll have an easier time now that we've got portals, because although it is quite saleable, in fact Celebration is probably the most saleable of servers, particularly for reaching the start town. It used to be that markets near start towns just kind of struggled because everybody had moved out to the outer borders so they could sail places. And you tend to find the markets that last the longest and do the best are the ones that are A, quite large and well and consistently managed by players who stay in the game for several years rather than just a few months, but also ones which are readily accessible. And that used to mean on server borders, or if not on the borders, really easily saleable from a server border. But now that we've got portals, that also applies to markets outside start towns, which it didn't used to. So those are flourishing a lot more now. You used to live on Celebration, did you, Tantail? And you're on Harmony. You're everywhere. You're just everywhere. See, Madoon, I think some toons were frozen on release. I don't know about Xanadu, but I had a toon who did not have any refresh loops or struggled at all while they were on release when the servers went down. I had one that got stuck in a refresh loop. That was one of my portal ping priest. So he got eaten by it, but I had another alt who was just running around Brambleheim with no issues the whole time that the glitch happened. So I don't quite know why some toons were affected on those frozen servers and some weren't, but the whole server wasn't frozen. I don't really quite know what happened there. I don't know if they've made any kind of announcement about it yet. So we are currently just sailing our way here. We're about here, across the south side of release. We're just about to pass one of Bun's deeds. Just up there, Bun's release deed is there. Look at the size of Valray. I say this every time, but it's huge. Yeah, Bunlow's is Hotel Adriano is just over there. I've got a little island deed, sneaky like, somewhere on the other side of that. Wait, no, that's not Bun's one. This is Bun's one? This is Bun's one, over here. That's the island that connects to this one, isn't it? So we're just passing this one. We're going to carry on to just past this point. I don't want to go too close to the corner, because crossing borders near corners is very dangerous. For anybody that doesn't know, the corners are way glitchier than the sides of servers. So even if you're trying to get to a corner, you want to pick the point that you cross away from it a little bit if possible. Because crossing anywhere around about here, more likely to get chucked out of my boat, have my boat cross without me, something like that. So even though I want to get over to 25 on Xanadu, I'm actually going to cross round about this point, just for safety, even though it means I'm going to have to sail a little bit longer when I get to Xanadu. Oh no, you were in troll country. Ooh. Tantail, you've been around all over the place. Yeah, I mean, on this tune at least, I probably wouldn't get eaten by sharks, but all the same, I would still like to not just be swimming out at sea waiting for a rescue. There we go. That's, is that... Wait. Yeah, this is Bun's one just here, I think. Still a work in progress. He's still building it, so he won't let us come and visit it on stream yet. But we will, in time. To be honest, I like sailing. I quite enjoy the scenery of sailing. But I suspect a whole stream of me sailing and those water sounds would probably get dull. So we'll try not to spend the whole time sailing like we spent half the time demolitioning on our building stream a couple of weeks ago. Glowy, glowy. Get it. Is that for a current mission? No. It is an old glowy. I will have it anyway, though. Sailing's also really good for getting Valray mission items. If you're ever struggling to find those for a mission or just to sack to get the rarity bonus window higher on your deed, best places to look for them are in large cave systems and out to sea in a boat, because they're super easy to spot. Out to sea. But if you're not near ocean, or if you don't have a boat, try and find a big cave system. Super easy to spot in caves as well. Jackal looking lovely and pink up there. Valray looking gigantic over there. Where is... Got Haven up there. I can't see Ceres though. Maybe Ceres is hiding at the moment. Apparently I'm also sailing at just the right point where I'm not yet getting the danger text. That's the other thing about sliding along a border like this. You've got to keep a really close eye out for that orange text if you're just veering a little bit too much. You're going to have a change, Tantail. You haven't decided where. I mean, I still think that some kind of houseboating adventures are viable. It would be a different way to play Wurm. You could also do something like Ruffle and my backpacking adventures. But if you're doing it with a cart rather than a boat, it gets a little bit trickier, because then it means you have to rely on things like access to public ovens and forges when you need them, or build them as you go. But if you load yourself up with enough iron tends to be the tricksy thing if you're trying to travel with minimal supplies. It's usually the iron that screws you, because inevitably you need nails for something, and you can't find iron when you need it. But I think you could totally legitimately be a hermit on the move. Look at those fluffy little clouds as well. So good. So good. What are we doing? 15.32 kilometres. So we've just covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 or 7 map tiles, which means on Xanadu, at this speed, we would be, where were we? We were here. we would now be here. Instead of where we're about to appear, which is, like, currently, if we hopped over where we are now on release, we would be about here-ish. So, if you're afraid of border hopping, but you're somebody who travels on Xanadu a lot, that might be a fear worth getting over. Yeah, Tantail, I get that. There's also there's ways that you can try and mitigate that. Like if you've got a deed, taking part in missions or eating source crystals, filling yourself full of karma so that you can town portal is a legitimate one. I don't know, because I've never tried it. Can you use karma to town portal to the start town if you don't have a deed on a server? Does anybody know? But also, for anybody who has a priest or has friends with priests, now that server portals are a thing, it is also much, much easier to go and summon somebody across. We can test it when I go back on... I don't think you can, Ruffle, but we can test it when I'm on Xanadu, because it's one of the few servers I don't have a deed on. So we'll have a look when I hop back over. But yeah, with portals, even if you're not near a portal, it is now much, much easier to rescue somebody from the middle of nowhere by finding a friendly priest to pop through a portal. Before, you used to do it by sailing a friendly priest over the border, but then you were just in that priest's boat. Whereas now with portals, if you can get a priest through a portal, if you've got one or your friend's got one, you just get summoned back to a portal and then you can get back to anywhere you need, pretty much. Just your own deed, Robbie. Yeah. So anywhere where you've got a deed, making sure that you've got enough karma for town portal. Anybody who's never used town portal, you access it by right-clicking your body. If you click karma here, which is accrued, like I said, by doing missions and by eating source salt, which you get by smashing source crystals. There's a few things that you can use karma for, in addition to sorcery items if you've got any tomes and tome titles. But the really useful one tends to be the town portal and the summon corpse. Summon corpse is more expensive. For the town portal one, 1,000 karma, I think you need to eat about 33 source crystals, which gets you about 1,000. I think that's about right. Right, it's time for us to cross back. Otherwise we're going to get too close to the border for my taste. But yeah, summon corpse really useful if you've died and lost your stuff. That's obviously the more expensive one. But also if you are just sort of somewhere in the middle of nowhere and you can't find your way back, you can town portal. You can't do that if you're currently being engaged by mobs in the wild, though, because as it says, enemies will block it. I don't know if that's enemies nearby or if that's specifically enemies currently attacking you or you currently attacking enemies. I've never been unfortunate enough to have to test it in combat. Maybe somebody else knows. Hello, Calvert. Good to see you. And hello. Hello, Tomoe. Did I miss you slip in? Did I say hi? Anyway, hello. Good to see you. But yeah, karma, super, super useful. Even if you don't want, like, even if you're not somebody who uses sleep bonus, and therefore doesn't really see the point of the sleep bonus rewards for doing missions, the karma is useful. Gets you out of all kinds of sticky situations. Or if you travel a lot like me, now that portals, like I'm going through my karma at a rate of knots now that we've got portals, because it allows me to just lazy portal back to Brambleheim, because this is my home server that we're on at the moment. Release. It allows me to just lazy portal home. Instead of keeping a priest at home to summon me, I have a priest at the portal who can summon me to any portal on any server, and then Crim just karma portals to her deeds. So I was sat on so much karma for so long, and now I am eating through it. Like, I mean, I say so much. I know people who've got hundreds of thousands, if not more. But given it only costs me 1,000 a time, I've got another 65 portals in me, at least. But that number was, like, I must have used about 30,000 karma town portaling out of laziness. Comes in handy when you got a building plan that has no access to... Oh, I see, yeah. You build yourself into a building and need to get portaled out. Yeah, yeah. Didn't know missions gave karma. Woo! So, if you got your little mission progress thing up here, you can click on it to get the expanded details. And if you don't have this up by default, I don't think on any toons. So hang on, have I? Let me just check. I have indeed plotted a course to Xanadu. Good. Just making sure. I'm also drifting towards the corner, I've just noticed. So let's just tilt back. I don't think you get any of the mission stuff up automatically, but it's a bit that you can add to your UI. So it's under here, I think. So under the tools one, if you click more, then you can access the mission progress, which is that little one, and the mission details, which is that big one there. But you don't actually need mission details from this menu ever. If you've got the little mission progress one, you can just click on that. That brings up these. And it will tell you, if you double click on them, it'll tell you precisely what you get for doing that mission in terms of sleep bonus and in terms of karma. And it will tell you what the caps are on that mission as well. So you can calculate how much it's worth taking part in the mission to get the most you can get out of it. Whoop. Hold your breath. Hey, we survived another border hop. Right, let me just get Eshri back in the boat first, because we don't want to sail off without her priest. And Crim. Da-da-da! Now.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Thank you. Now, so we are now up here on this border of Xanadu. Whereas if we had sailed just east across Xanadu to try and get here, we'd probably be about here by now. So, cut a load of time out of that. And I'm heading for, I think... I'm always a little bit thrown by this. I think, actually, we're heading over there. That looks like an island, but it doesn't help when it's misty. This is all mainland. So we're actually heading over for this little island over here, which I think is that very faint little bump just on the horizon. Escape from, yeah. Basically, a lot of Robbie's deeds are kind of like that. Like, he does these epic builds. But I can absolutely believe he builds himself into buildings sometimes. 12.28. Is that because I'm now technically sailing southeasterly? How much can I bump it if I nudge? Oh, it's going to make me nudge quite a way, though. Right. Is this going to be worth zigzagging or not? That's the question. Don't think it is, you know. We're going to have to go too far to effectively zigzag. So, for anybody who doesn't sail a lot, tacking into the wind is a way to go a little bit faster when you're sailing in a shit breeze. Like this one. I mean, this is not the shittest of breezes. This is still, I think, a breeze instead of a light breeze. Yeah. So if you're sailing directly into the direction the wind is coming from, you will be going at your slowest. But if you're lucky enough to be sailing only slightly into the direction, you can tack into the wind by just tilting slightly until you pick up speed and you sort of zigzag your way over. But unfortunately, if the place that you are sailing towards is halfway in the middle of the range like this, then tacking is almost always not worth it, because the amount of extra distance you have to cover to zigzag when you're aiming for that middle point effectively undoes the benefits of tacking into the wind. So for this one, unfortunately, it probably isn't worth it. It is a little bit closer on this side, maybe, but don't know, not convinced. We'll see. It might be worth doing a little bit of tacking onto this side, but I don't think it's going to make a huge difference either way. That is no island. I mean, the trouble is, with this fog right, the whole of Xanadu is just foggy silhouettes. But that is definitely a something. Keep your eye out for Nessies as well. Whenever I find Nessies, they tend to be around, like, the far reaches of server borders. Far out at sea, often in corners. Although I suspect that's coincidence rather than by design. So So what's everybody else doing in Wurm at the moment? We're in for a bit of a sale. Tell me what you guys are up to. Ruffle, I know, has been spending a lot of time on Xanadu at a mag fisher, along with certain others. Madoon, have you been over at the mag fisher on Xanadu as well? I meant to send my mag priest over, and then I just didn't. I really do like mag fishers as well. Like, they give out some of the best loot in terms of holy sites. Tantel, you're walking to the Melody Starter deed. We're feeling snackish. Out of character? Like, out of game or in game? Hi, Wendell. I'm live in the pub at the minute. Good to see you, Wendell. Calvert's being a happy farm boy with his modestly sized farm in the middle of Full Spring. It's your first fisher, Madoon. Yeah. I mean, some of the holy sites basically give you not very good stuff at all. Some of them give you really good stuff, and I think the mag fisher probably gives you some of the best stuff. Some of the Venora ones don't give you good stuff in terms of items, but they give you really nice skill gains, and they give you little sleep bonus ticks and things. So it tends to be the bin ones that are popular. The mag fishers, if you happen to be short of lumps, or if you're skilling mining, the mag pillars just drop tons of meteorites, all lovely high quality. In real life, Tan. I'm sure somebody could send you a meal, Tantail. Get your nutrition back up and your CCFP back up. Speaking of which, I'm not doing too badly, but I should probably, because I'm terrible at noticing when my food and water are dropping until I suddenly stop running and drop to a crawl, and then I'm like, whoops. But I should probably eat up something. What have we got? We've got macaroni cheese today. And drink something as well. You prefer the mag pillar for shiny stuff, do you, Mad? You get no, you don't get gems. You get lumps. You get lumps out of the mag pillar, and you get gems out of the mag fisher. Is that right? Assuming you are mag. The nice thing about the mag fishers and the mag pillars, in fairness, is the meteorites and the frags that you get out of them go to any premium toon. Doesn't have to be a mag toon. Not all other holy sites are quite so generous to followers of other religions, or none. See, having gone that way a little bit, we would still have to tack quite far round to zigzag backs attacking in this direction. It's just not really going to be worth it. So let's go back on course there. You don't have to go begging for meals, Tantail. I'm sure somebody will send you something. I would if I was by a thing right now. I send meals out to people all the time. Anytime Calvert goes out on a scout, he's got people pelting him with meals, because his scouts are forever starving. Brief explanation on holy sites. So, there are 2 types of holy sites for each god. They last approximately 2 weeks. When they become available, they sit dormant until a priest goes and activates them. Follower can't do it. But people tend to know that there's a dormant one waiting because people praying regularly or meditating, or I think sermoning, on a given server will get have a chance to get, I think, a divine vision orb, which tells them, it's a little bit like a treasure map that tells them if there's a dormant site waiting to be activated. I keep Ruffle fed. So that's how they're found and activated. And then once activated, people have to. They don't have to. People can power them up. They start at quite a low power level, and through prayers inside their sphere of influence, which is usually a radius of a few tiles, but it gets a little bit bigger as they get powered up. So as you power up the holy sites through prayer, the quality of the items that they put out increases, or in some cases the quantity. But they also take corruption over time. So the more people that are praying at them, the more likely it is that once an hour when they have their pulse effect, or sometimes just even in response to somebody praying at them, they will gain corruption. And they become a corrupt item instead of a blessed item, and then it makes it more dangerous for a little while to be there praying at them. You are more likely to get what are called backlash effects, which sometimes spawn nasty mobs. And the items that you get out of them are damaged, but those items vary from site to site. So for Venora holy sites, you've got the Wellspring of Knowledge, which always spawns near water, so you tend to find those on map borders or near large seas and lakes. It looks like a fountain from a distance. It's quite easy to see, quite high profile. And you can imbibe from the fountain once an hour. What religion are you, Turntail, if any, in game? Because some of the things that holy sites do, it only does for followers of that religion, but all holy sites also have some benefit to any premium toon, regardless of religion. I don't think any of them benefit unpremiumed characters, except that all holy sites spawn weird and wonderful creatures, and if you're a creature collector, you can benefit from those, whether you're premium or not. You're a Labilla follower, are you, Wendell? What does everybody else follow? You're faux Tantail. Okay. So, right, let me skip away then. So the faux holy sites, you've got two. In my opinion, the best ones are the Sampos. The wishing trees used to be better than they are, and Ruffle will have many grumbles at you for that. So a Sampo will be spawned in steppe. They are quite low profile, so they can be a little bit hard to spot when you're out looking for them, but they have a plume of green, like sparkles light coming out of them. So they're not super easy to spot from a distance, but if you're lucky, you'll see the green plume before you actually see the Sampo. It's like a little sort of octagonal shrine type thing in the steppe. What it gives you is not great, in as much as once an hour, when it has its pulse effect, you feast from the Sampo. Is that right, Ruffle? You feast from the Sampo, and it will give you a refresh effect, effectively. So it will completely refill your food and water. I think it also has the equivalent. Does it have the equivalent of humid drizzle effect, Ruffle? Pretty sure it does. So you and anybody else, any creatures that are in its range that are diseased, will be healed. If you happen to have any sheep in the area, they will also regain a full coat ready to be shorn again. And as humid drizzle normally does, any creatures that can be milked in its range will become milkable again. So bit of a tame benefit, really, to be honest. But you also have a chance to get a source seed from it, which can be used to, for one breeding session only, increase your effective animal husbandry by, I think, about 5 points. Refreshes wool and milk. Yeah. As Ruffle says, you get a random affinity from that feast action as well, so kind of like eating affinity food. Source salt. Oh yes, you get source salt as well. So there you go. They give out source salt and a chance of getting a source seed, which you feed to an animal to increase your effective animal husbandry for a breed action. Random body affinity the other week. And the Sampos, unlike all of the other sites, most sites are producing weird and wonderful creatures, and by weird and wonderful I mean creatures with conditions that can't be spawned in the wild. So when you see people with things like champion chickens and champion seals and sort of greenish dogs and things like that, none of those can be spawned in the wild. They can only be spawned at holy sites. A Sampo spawns those about 50% faster than any other site, and it spawns the widest range of animals, whereas most sites have like maybe 3-4 kinds of creatures it spawns. Sampos spawn more than a dozen different kinds, so they're really good for creature collectors. The other one is a faux wishing tree, which is a very, very large, quite visible tree, which, as you might expect, tends to spawn in woodlands. It's sort of oak-sized, but looks a little bit different. But you can see their outlines from quite a way away if you're searching for one, a little bit like you can with rift crystals and rift resources. We're finally coming up on Sleepy's Island. And a faux wishing tree will restore, when it pulses, will restore fruit to all of the fruit trees or all of the harvestable trees and bushes in its range, which is not super good because its range is still only like maybe 5-6 tiles radius. And it will allow you to, I can't remember what the action is on a faux wishing tree, but I'm sure Ruffle can tell you because she's been much, much closer, but been at one much more recently than me. But it will allow you to harvest some fruit from the tree every time it pulses, and in that mix are special faux fruits that you can't or didn't used to be able to get from foraging in the wild. I think there are now other ways to get them. Like, for example, starberries, wargsbane, drake melons. There's another one that I'm forgetting. Harvest is a harvest action on a faux wishing tree. There you go. And I'm sure it does give you some other stuff besides. But so the faux wishing tree is unfortunately quite weak right now and has been further weakened by the fact that you can now get those faux fruits from other places that you couldn't before, and for a while it wasn't really giving out any of them. Well, and also theoretically, so the faux fruits, other than looking strange and wonderful, in theory you're meant to be able to add them into the things you cook in order to increase the complexity, I think, of those things. But as anybody who has used the cooking system knows, a whole bunch of recipes just have absolutely no capacity for you to add in any extra ingredients. So I think they only work on a recipe that, for example, allows you to add any fruit if you're adding the fruit one. Like the drake melon or the starberries. I haven't actually tested that. I'm working on an assumption there. But I did try just throwing them into any old recipe to see if it would accept them, and it won't. So more testing required. I haven't tried yet, and I will at some point try seeing whether or not I can make recipes that are that use a fruit as part of the recipe designation. I suspect you can't, for example, make drake melon ice cream. I think you can probably only add it to something which will allow you to add any fruit, like, say, a berry cheesecake or a berry trifle, which also kind of makes them a little bit naff. But they're quite nice to decorate with if you stick them on LMCs. They decay the same rate as other things if you don't, with the exception of the wargsbane, which is a lovely deep purple flower and lasts out quite well on the side for decoration, similar to camellia and oleander. So yeah, faux wishing trees, unfortunately, not the best ones. But the sampos are good if you're an animal collector. If you're not, in my experience though, people who have a faux priest are often animal collectors, not always, but faux priests are very, very well set up for that. So honey nuts, there you go. Honey nuts was the one I've forgotten. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Majune. Like, I was wondering, will it let you make, where there's fruit versions of things like gins, like ice cream, like cheesecakes and stuff? I suspect that it won't account for it because they would have had to have been built into the recipe system as an extra recipe, and I don't think they've added anything to that in years. So I suspect they can only be used as additional ingredients on the few recipes that allow you to pick your fruits or pick your veg or whatever. But I haven't actually really tested it, and at some point I really should. I've been doing a bit of cooking lately, filling out my cookbook a little bit more, so at some point I'll try, but tricksy. But then for followers of other religions, so yeah, the 2 Venora sites give you sleep bonus when they pulse. The Akashic mirror, when you gaze into it, makes your eyes bleed, injures you, but it gives you slow skill ticks across various characteristic skills, and then it gives you a larger tick of a random skill at the end of the gaze action, and it gives you a bit of sleep bonus every time it pulses. The Wellspring of Knowledge gives you a little bit of sleep bonus every time it pulses, and makes you improves your ability to improve stuff, I think. I'm sure the wiki will tell you the details. On the Labilla sites, we touched on those a little bit earlier when we were in the market, and I don't know if you were there at the time, Tantail. One of them will give you flesh pods, which allows you to spawn a simulacrum, which is just kind of weird. The other one will give you soul gems, which you can smash to have effectively a mind stealer effect from the animal's soul that's trapped in it, or you can use them as pretty decoration. The mag sites we talked about just briefly, they're the best ones, to be honest, or some of the best ones. You've got mag pillars, which spawn meteorites in the area about once an hour, So you end up with fields just absolutely littered with quality, in my experience, usually between quality 80 and 99 meteorites in all kinds of metals that you can just go and mine. And when you mine them, they are hot lumps. You can combine them as they are. You're not even mining ores out of them like other fresh fallen meteorites. And if you are a mag priest, you can also get gems out of the mag pillars with an action, and I can't remember the name of the action, but once an hour, every time it refreshes, you can also mine some gems, mine some lumps. You mine lumps out of it, including Imperium. You get Imperium from mag pillars. You get small amounts of it drop when you're mining the meteorites, and you can also get some out of the mag pillar. The mag pillar can also, when it's giving you lumps, give you moon metals, very rarely. So that's why that one's good. The mag fisher, which is what Ruffle and Madoon and a bunch of other people are currently sat around on Xanadu because mag fishers are very, very popular, is really hard to spot because it is literally a crack in the ground, a glowing crack in the ground. It tends to be up very, very high mountains, whereas the mag pillars are in deserts and quite easy to reach. The mag fishers are usually about as high as you can get, really inhospitable places. But what they do is, for any premium toon in range, when they pulse, they will spit out a fragment of something, including some frags that you can't get through archaeology. And if the fisher has been preyed up to a high level, which it usually gets done very, very fast, it's spitting out really high quality frags every hour to everyone in range to catch one, basically. He got mountains near Tarsis still have load. Yeah. I mean, it depends what you get. It depends what you're into in the game, right, Maui? So the Venora ones can be really good depending on what kind of stuff you do. So the Venora ones are mostly good if you're going to rock up and take some imping to do, or some creation stuff to do. They're good to sit and skill at, because they will keep topping up your sleep bonus, which you're probably using if you're doing an imping run. If it's the Akashic Mirror, it's also going to give you a whole bunch of little skill ticks towards your characteristics, which are slow to skill at the best of times. But I agree, for most people, the mag ones are the better ones because they just put out loot at a rate of knots. And the mag fishers tend to be the really popular ones because they're where you get weird and wonderful frags that you can't otherwise get, and you tend to get them at like quality 90 plus for most of the duration of that fisher's life, because people will power it up super, super fast and try and keep it powered up. Not interested. Oh, archaeology. Oh, archaeology is one of the best skills. I also like the Sampo, like Ruffle. Like, the Sampo is where I got my champion chicken and my champion rooster. But I camped on 5 or 6 Sampos for a solid 2 weeks before I even got the rooster, I think. Or did I get No, I got the chicken first before I got the chicken. So you might be sitting on one a long time, and they are very sought after because they can't be bred. So there's a lot of competition for them. But the Sampos are definitely, if you like collecting creatures, Sampos are your thing. And we are finally sailing against the breeze. Look at those rave mountains over there. Finally making our way to Sleepy's Island. On the plus side, this should be the only bit of southeast sailing that we have to do. So when we leave this one, we're going to shoot off the east side of Xanadu, and then do another little bit of crafty sailing to get over to literally like the opposite corner. We're currently up here, just about here, level with this island. And after this one, we're going to shoot off the east side and then do a hop up off another servers to get over here, except we're going to sail across it a little bit because actually we're heading for Tarsis Harbour Market next. But first, we're just coming up on Sleepy's Island. You can eat all the lovely source salt for karma, or if you go to public slayings, or if you're a private slayer, you can also use it to mix up your bloods into potions and imbues with, if that's something that you do. Yeah, and as Tamawi says, one of the reasons that mag fishers are so good is because the getting the frags out of them, you don't have to be a mag follower, you just have to be premium, And yeah, you can just sit there AFK catching frags once an hour all day if you're somebody who is able to run extra tunes on low res settings in the background, or has kind of a couple of alts or priests premiumed at a time. You can just sit them there AFK catching frags, and trade them with people, sell them off, save them for a rainy day when you do get into archaeology. It's good stuff, especially since my rare drake frag came out of a magfisher. I actually now have 2 rare drake frags. One of them I've made into a statue. I was just sitting AFK at one of those fishers sometime last year, and it spat out a rare drake frag at me. So you get good frags out of them. Like, not only do you get the weird and wonderful ones that you can only get out of the fishers, but you also get statue frags. You I won't say often, but you get rare frags like across the course of one fisher. You will probably get a rare one if you're sat around for a while. Like, I usually come away from fishers with 2 or 3 rare frags, depending on how long I've been sat there. The archaeology woods, now those are super easy to get with archaeology. Not so much from fishers. I mean, I don't know if fishers spit out wood frags, but from just doing archaeology itself, it's worth it for the archaeology woods. And even if you don't like to use archaeology woods, as anybody who watches my streams will know, they're super easy to sell. Because there are people like me and Ruffle who will just go around being like, need more planks now, buying them up from all of the markets where we know stock them. Yeah, they don't. I didn't think they spit wood frags. They spit statue frags, tool frags, weapon frags, I think probably armor frags, but I wouldn't swear to that. But they also do some stuff that, like I say, just isn't available through normal archaeology, like dioptra frags, for example. You can also get those from treasure chests. But they also do weird things that you don't find through archaeology, like marble tables, which are gigantic and take loads, and fragments of spoons, and all other kinds of stuff. Right. You know we're there because of all of the Apocalypse Order flags and all of the Apocalypse Order stuff that is all over this deed. So we are just coming up on Sleepy's Island at E25, right up in the northeast corner of Xanadu. And if I had had a little bit more forethought, I probably would have gone and gotten more coin out of a settlement token before I came here, because I forgot that, sorry, I forgot that the settlement token is a little bit more of a mission to get to from here, but I might not need it, so we'll see. So there we go. Sleepy's Island is just up here on this corner. Recommend not sailing there in a breeze, as I just have. So we've got an animal merchant over here with some enchanted stuff and keys to these pens, which, what have we got in them? Helis at the moment. And also halter ropes, a little bit of barding, enchanted saddles, things like that. You can also look out for this gigantic purple Colossus of Labilla statue. Colossus. You got a supreme marble planter frag? Yeah. Marble planters. Here you go. How many pieces is it, Tamawi, for a marble planter? I know that the marble tables, are a ridiculous number of pieces that you just probably never finish. 120 for a marble planter. Wow. That's nuts. Looks like Sleepy's also does bulks, so you can PM him on the forums for stuff. Look, Ruffle. Look at the bells. The bells. But yes, this slate building right here has just got, like, a merchant on every tile, basically. This is what you're looking for. And you've got the little, the key merchant there. So this one on the end is a trader. The rest of them will be personal merchants. They look so unhappy laid out like that. What, the merchants? I do like them when they're in their little shops, but this is certainly efficient use of space. And I like Sleepy's Market because he tends to have some really nice and unusual stuff on his market at times. So I come back here often. I often spend quite a lot of money here when I do come back, though, so I have to be a little bit careful. So we got some fireworks on this one. Some champagne. Some archaeology frag creations. The arachnid one and the goat one, those are from Halloween, for anybody that missed it. Some enchanted imping mats. A rare champagne. Saddle sacks. I'm going to be spending money here, aren't I? Saddle sacks for 2.5 silver, which is a good price for saddle sacks, even before they shot up in price. Another cock bucket. You know what, actually, I don't need another cock bucket. I have got one back at home, but I'm tempted to go and get one for Calvert's deed, because his milking bucket is pants. I don't know if Calvert's still there. But I have been milking things with his milking bucket recently, because I went to Kirk on his deed, and I was like, I'm sure he's got milk here somewhere. And does he? Fuck. But I could just go and get one done at the Impelong, I suppose, because I have got a good one at home. Supreme champagne. We've got some Supreme recipes on this one. Ooh. Gold skull mask there. Kind of tempted by the champagne as well. I don't need more champagne. I have got a lot of champagne. Oh, you're still there. What, you don't want a cock bucket? I think you need one. I just like it because it sounds rude. What do you mean, where's your milking stool gone? It's still there. I haven't touched your milking stool. I don't think. I haven't touched your milking stool. And I put the bucket back where I found it. Cheeky sod. Bet he's not even there looking. I think he's just accusing wildly because he can. I do kind of love fireworks as well. No. Okay, I don't need more fireworks. I don't need more champagne. I am having those saddle sacks, though, because that's a bargain, and I can't resist a bargain. Not that I'm short of saddle sacks. But, yoink. 2 of my English pounds. 2 of those. 2 of those. Yoink. Right. That's the first merchant. Merchant number 2. The year of the rooster in Chinese zodiac. Year of the cock. So let's expand all and sort. What have we got on this one? Variety of meditation rugs with good cock casts and at good prices. So these are Skiller rugs, 50 copper each with 90 plus cock casts. What else have we got? Dioptra there with the cock cast on, which won't help you with bridges, but will help you with skill in cartography, if that's something that you're interested in doing. For 10 bargain ones here, for 10 coppers, meditation rugs with a 70 plus cock cast on. In fact, no, they're Blessings of the Dark one. Not that it matters, because you don't benefit from the speed boost on meditation rugs. But, you know, if you're somebody who hasn't got a lot of coin but you're doing meditation, it's a bit of a bargain. We got a hot spanner there, randomly. Rat pelts. Some moon metal. Merry wreath. What I will say about Sleepy's merchants, they have good stuff on, but they are all just a whole mix of stuff, so I have to go much more slowly to actually take in what's on them a lot of the time. Anyone know of a bulk merchant with camellia sprouts in stock? I don't. I suspect that might be the kind of thing that you have to go asking in trade for, and I know how much you hate interacting with trade, Ruffle. Some eggies. Eggies. Okay, think I'm safe on this one. Merchant number 3. Look at them all scratching their heads. Hey, dragon lamp. Merchant number 3. So this one's selling some gems at cheaper than the going rate for gems. We've got some weapons on this one, shields, some tools with casts. Random potion of acid there. Some statues, but no rare ones. Next one. Merchant number 4. Oh, it's a great helm. Stars! But if anybody really likes the current monthly skin, which I'm afraid I don't, that's a great helm skin, right? So there's a rare great helm for you. Right, let's expand all and sort. Chessboard there for 5 silver. Crystal Rune of Foe, what do those do? That's a reduce fuel usage one. You're wearing it as we speak. What are you wearing as we speak, Calvert? The milking stool. Wouldn't put it past him. Got some puppets here, if you're into puppetry. The dragon helm, you're not. Tell me you're not. You're fibbing. I know you're fibbing. Not only do I know that you don't like it, but also I know if you had points, you'd have gotten skins that you wanted much more than that one. Yeah, lip puppets. If you're skilling puppetry, got some nice casts on those. We've got some more gems on this one, some rare things. We've got a rare clay bowl, a rare compass, the rare great helm, rare cap, rare rope, rare short bow, sacrificial knife, useful if you don't have very good jewelry smithing, can't be asked to make one yourself. Those are used for missions. If you're the sort of person who does the sacrifice missions, I am not. You got one of your Ruffle. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably going to get one because I have alts with points to spend. But I don't really like it. Which I suppose means I probably ought to buy that great helm. Because I could put it on display in a shop. We'll come back to it. What a lib. These lib ones do. That reduces weight. And a couple of eggy wigs. Merchant number 5. Got a fist bracelet on this one. Do those even still... Do you know if you can still get fist bracelets with rift points? I thought they retired a couple of the rift items when they did the rifts overhaul. I can't actually see a mailbox here to check. There will be one somewhere. I think it's probably on that corner. But that was a small aside. You've got a rare great helm to stick it to. So we've got some more rare tools on this one, some more moon metal, some rare bouquets of flowers for 10 copper a pop, if you like using them to decorate. More rare champagne, rare lump, some skull masks, snowman heads, some sails. Okey-doke. Oh! Also some adamantine. I've used up almost all of my adamantine reserves. Having sat on moon metals for years, never having anything to use them on, I've now chewed through all of my adamantine, making myself colour runes. Might actually get to the point where I have to buy adamantine. And help me. No fist bracelet on the rift points. Yes, you can't get them anymore. So, do they still work? Is it just that you can't get new ones? I don't actually know. There's a staff there. If you, again, can't be bothered to make your own. And you need it to use the sorcery actions that you get from having tomes, which uniques drop. Got some more meditation rugs, some rare blind cat's eyes, rare frying pan, a rare Happy New Year, which must have come out of one of the New Year's boxes, rare pottery flower pot. Now, I think I got tripped up by this one before, like literally yesterday on stream, because I sent myself a flower pot when actually I wanted a planter. Do any of the skins use a flower pot? I feel like they all use planters or jars. Anybody know? You're also short on adamantine for the same reason. In fact, you know what? I could check this. Not by opening my map, I can't. Let's have a look. Because I'm going to, once again, have to scroll through my embarrassingly large amount of skins. Do any of these use flower pots? I don't think they do. The decorative flowers is a pottery jar. The Merry Flowers is also a pottery jar. The Cherry Tree's a marble planter. The Cactus is a pottery planter. There might be one that I don't have. But yeah, I think, alas, there isn't yet a skin to stick on a flower pot. But you can just still like nest them over the top of a not rare one, like a pottery planter planted with coffee beans or something to make it look shiny. I got a rare unfinished rope trap, rare steel spear, and some more enchanted items and Halloween items on this one. Anybody who collects weird and wonderful rares just for funsies, a couple of rare blind cat's eyes. They look a little bit like soap dishes. So that was Yuka, who I think is behind me. Yep. So another one. Rare clay roasting dish on this one, I've just seen. So we've got more champagne, more gems, some spears, pumpkin shoulder pads, rare clay bowl, rare roasting dish, and some rare lumps. And then more pelts tools and... Ooh, wait. They're full-size Yule goats, aren't they? Yoink. I have to just it takes me a second now for my brain to be like, figurines. Yeah, not full-size. But those are full-size. Those are proper Yule goats. And even though they have become more accessible, I love them. So when I see somebody selling them for a silver each, I will have them. Yoink. Ding, ding, ding. You can have one of the Yule goats, Ruffle. No, it's fine. You can have them. I was going to buy them anyway because they're a bargain, but you are welcome. In fact, it looks like there's more. We can have all of the Yule goats. We got some skins on this one as well. So, what do we got? The Agile Bow skin, Bearded Battle Axe, Black Winged Shoulder Pads, boxes of chocolates, Candy Cane skin for 10 silver, Everlasting Love, Executioner, Medium Axe. We've got a fantastic champagne. Oh, fantastic statuette of Dragonfang. Some more fireworks. We've got a Goblin's Bane skin. That's a nice one. Happy 2019. I'm fairly sure that is also fireworks. Yes, it is. It's fireworks. It's a good price for a checkerboard, but I'm kind of rolling in checkerboards. Can Cod summon you there? I mean, I could summon you here when I'm done, if you want. But I can absolutely I can just send you one. Unless you particularly want to come here. How's Esh doing for favour? Has she replenished yet? She has replenished, so if you desperately want to summon here to come rooting around stuff, as long as you can summon yourself back, you could. Picnic baskets for 5 silver each. A rare Mask of the Enlightened, that's what Crim is wearing. So that's the owl one. Hang on, show you. There you go. This is also a rare Mask of the Enlightened. And in fact, if I get closer to the wall for better selfies, you can see it up much closer. There you go. So that's the Mask of the Enlightened in rare form. It's my favourite one, as you can tell. So there is one of those on that merchant. Seafarer's hat skin, which, I should have seen that first, shouldn't I? Which I am also wearing, although that is, mine is Supreme, but it looks nice even on a plain one, not even a rare or Supreme. It looks especially nice if it's on a Supreme one, but that's the Seafarer's hat, which, again, I'm a big fan of. So, Calvert wears one of these, I wear one of these, Bun intermittently wears one of these. Best hat in the game. You can summon yourself back. Can we have this amazing artwork on our wall? Wait. Which artwork? Which artwork? What have I missed? Looks better than some I've seen. Yeah, I know, right? The Mask of the Ravager looks a bit kind of... And the Plague Mask, depending on your king. They look a little bit kind of... What artwork is that? You didn't build it in marble? That, I assume, is the back end of the bear fountain on the water tile we found in the house that we are building, me, or us, on Calvert's deed. Despite all of that, he did not build it in marble. I thought you were talking about having a picture of my lovely face in my Mask of the Enlightened. But no. So anyway, yes, there you go. You can buy almost a Crim kit from this one here. We got some snow lanterns, some soft caps. We've got a spyglass. Oh, it's 10 though. Cheaper than the silver shop if you don't already have one of these, at least. Thunderforge anvil and trident skin there. Troll masks, trusty axe, uncovered wagon skin. Tss. That's not tss against sleepies, that's a tss against the a quality of life improvement being a skin. And more Yule goats. How many Yule goats do you want, Ruffle? How many do you want me to leave you? Do you just want the one? Or are you going to want several if there's several to be had? Asking for a friend. Because I'll buy up any you're not going to want, but I'll leave them if you want them for your Christmas deed. Calvert, are you now hurriedly building one in marble instead? Whatever I'm leaving behind. Okay, I'll leave you some behind then. Got a panda merchant over here selling pandemonium PMK stuff. And wait. Oh, what's it doing? Sorting. Also with some more skins on it. Panda banners and flags. Rare hammer. If anybody doesn't have a rare hammer yet, this one is 3 silver. You could come along to the DRF and get it imped up and enchanted at the Imp Along, which starts this Thursday. I'm going to plug that at every opportunity that I remember to. What do we got on this one? I'm leaving them for you, Ruffle, because I don't want to have to run to the token. Unless I see something really good, then I'm clearly going to be running to the token anyway. Ooh, don't often see a shaker orb on a common or garden personal merchant. Right, let's get back and sort this. So, more enchants on this one. More gems. Random shaker orb. Couple of snowman heads. Bane of my life. Speaking of which, Ruffle, I've got a load of snowman heads for you. Expand all. Rugs. Compasses. If you haven't got yourself an Insta compass, come get one. Or I'll mail you one. We've got some more gems on this. At good prices if you're buying gems. There's a rare a fantastic foot and mouth stew on this one for anybody who hasn't got that and is collecting recipes at the going rate for them. Another emerald staff. Light Your Way is a lantern renamed by a GM. So that's from one of the New Year's boxes. Rare Huge Axe. Some rare zinc lumps. You not got a good one yet, Tantail. I will mail you one if you like. Do you want one mailed over? Don't think I'm carrying a spare on me. Me. What have we got? What have we got? What have we got? It's going to be the best one, isn't it? Let's have one of those. Smelting pots. Oh, high quality smelting pots. You need a really good potter to have a high quality smelting pot. And if you're going to smelt stuff, you want it as high as possible because the lumps are capped. When you smelt down items, the lumps are capped by the quality of the smelting pot, so it is worth getting a good one. We've got a star diamond on this one, more snowman heads, some runes. Yeah. And is that the last one? I think that is the last one, but there's a mailbox right there. Are you Tantail? What's your name in game? Is it Tantail in game as well? Is it a variation on it? Just want to make sure we send this to the right person. Tell you what, while I'm waiting for that, Ruffle, are you ready for a summon? If I get Ish summoning now. Tantail in game also. Cool. There you go. What? What do you mean you cannot mail that far? You're on Harmony, aren't you? Not on Xanadu. Have you got a tune that isn't currently on the Northern Freedom Isles? Yes, you're ready, Ruffle. Right. I'll summon now. Spells. Summon Soul. Okay, she's casting. Yeah, I mean, if you portal one across to any of the ones here, obviously it's not going to cross back over with you, though. So if you only need it on the Northern Freedom Isles and you don't need it on the Southern Freedom Isles, it's not going to really get to you anyway because you can't take it through the portal. But if you need it on the Southern Freedom Isles, then yeah, if you just hop your alt through a portal and then tell me your alt's name, I could mail it to them instead, and it will be on them when they come back here later. Am I summoning your main Ruffle? Or one of your priests? Yes, Ruffle. Okay, right, there you go. There's your summon. And we'll just wait for Tantail to hop through a portal and then try sending this again to an alt. I don't think there are any more merchants around the corner, but I will just go and check before I go. But if anybody comes here and needs the deed token, it is accessible. It's not that much of a pain. It's just not really, really close by. You've got to go through the mine in there and up the mountainside a little bit, but there are signposts. Here she is. Where she is. There she is. Hello, Ruffle. Nice to see you. Can't remember which one the Yule goats were on. I think it was one of the ones at the back. I think it might have been Tero or one of these, but you probably want to go look through them all anyway. So once we leave here, I did do the, yeah, because I did the panda one. I did do this alone as well. So once we leave here, we're going to go off the east side, and then we're going to do some jiggery pokery on a smaller server and go back off so that we can pop up here around Tarsis Harbour Market area. Unfortunately, has the wind picked up? I mean, it's sounding very blowy. No, it hasn't. It's still a breeze. But this time we're going to be sailing northwest, so we will have the wind behind us, which will help a bit. And once we get up to Tarsis Harbour Market, then we've just got one more sailing hop, and after that, the wind can get fucked because I'm not doing any more sailing from that point on. except AFK with Eshery. Tantail, are you portaling your alt through? I can always take this to another mailbox and portal it and mail it to you later if not. Let me know. Tell you what, let me just go and have a peek around the corner and see. So yeah, I think that is it for merchants, but I will just double check. Random. What is that tent hiding? Is it hiding anything at all? Or is it just a random tent in a building? Look at all those skulls though. Good night, Calvert. Oh. Wait, can you paint gates? Or is that colour ruined? Surely you can't paint gates, right? Right? Okay, send Riatha to New Spring. Right, let's go and get that mailed so I don't grasshopper and forget. Riatha. Da-da-da! One of the altars has random nails in it. You can paint gates, Robbie. Wow. I mean, I've never tried. It's just I really don't see them all that often. So when I don't see something painted often, I tend to assume that when I do find one of it, it's colour ruined. Because usually when stuff can be painted, you just kind of see it painted all over the place. Bear with me just a minute. Right, yes, good. Yeah, when I don't see them very often, or at all, I tend to assume it's because they have to be colour ruined. I was just looking inside this to see how it's done. It's because it's on a slope. So you've got this kind of buried bit of door over there, and that's why you can see the underside of a guard tower here. It's because it's actually on a slanty bit. Pick up for orders. So this is if you're buying bulks from Sleepy's, he's got a pickup area. And if anybody comes here and needs to get to the deed token, you go through here, and there are signs. She says, there you go. There's signs there that take you towards the token. But there are not, in my experience, any more merchants inside or up top. It's just you have to go that way if you want to get to the money. You're welcome, Tentail. I can paint gates. Do I want to paint gates? I don't know. Now that I know that I can. This is good. I shall absorb this knowledge, and I shall not sail off, leaving my poor foe priest behind. Which I was nearly about to do. So let's just pop her back in there. That would be awkward, because then I really would be abandoning my boat. And we're off. Again. Take care, Ruffle. Happy shopping. I've lost her. She's somewhere. Oh, there she is. No, I didn't click her in time. Well. You want to paint gates. I know, now that we know that we can paint gates. Oh, I kind of want to. So, let's avoid Pristine again, because Pristine. Where do I want to plot a course to? I'm going to be coming in on the west side of something, aren't I? What's going to be the easiest one to navigate? Selly, maybe? Could just do release. I want to hop up about 14, and release is not this border of release. Oh, actually, 14 is about where the northern canal comes out, so actually release is a good one to hop to. Basically, when I'm doing this, I'm going to just turn my volume down because the sea is super loud. Use a spyglass to use hello. Yes, except that there was a colossus between me and her at that point. Right, yeah, so when you are using smaller servers to border hop like this or to navigate by, it helps if you know the servers quite well, obviously. But what I tend to do is I tend to find one that's got a landmark that I know is going to be easy to spot at about the place that I want to then turn back towards the border. And in this case, because we are going to be going to Tarsis Harbour Market here, which is, we want to cross somewhere between 13 and 14, the reason that I have picked release is because around the 13-14 line, there is a canal that leads directly up from this edge of this lake up here, which means I should be able to line myself up with that canal and go straight off the top of the map and land in exactly the right place on Xanadu. And it's particularly important that you get it right when you're sailing onto Xanadu, because, like, being one tile off on a smaller server doesn't mean much, but being one tile off when you cross over to Xanadu means you would end up crossing, like, over here instead of, like, over here. So, well, over here. So it does actually end up costing you quite a bit more in terms of sailing. The other thing I tend to do when I can't be bothered to stop and let my compass settle to see if I'm going in the right direction is if you zoom out all the way into third person, you can see how well aligned you are with the direction of the tiles below, which can also just save you a little bit of time. I'm not somebody who tends to moor their boat at all. Hey, Terrell, good to see you. There's a marker on both pristine and release. Nice. We are coming to you next. Yeah, so I mean, I don't tend to moor my boats at all because it takes ages, and it takes ages to, like, unmoor them. If I want to read my compass, what I tend to do is just disembark, because that stops the boat dead in the water, and then your compass settles, and this is almost an insta compass. But sometimes you don't want to do that, so you can just sort of, whilst you're sailing, go into third person, look directly down, and kind of align to see if you're going more or less straight in the direction you intend to. Most of my sailing misadventures happen when I think I know what direction I'm going in and I don't, because my sense of direction is poor. These gods have a big booty. Do you know what? I don't use my spyglass nearly enough. Like, so many times when I'm out with someone somewhere and I'm like, what is that thing over there? And they immediately pull out their spyglass and I'm like, oh yeah. I always forget that I can do that. Let alone use it to measure stuff. That's pro. I just squint. This is probably why my posture's so bad. I just do this. I've got one here somewhere. Here we go. And it's colour runed as well, because you can colour rune spyglasses. But I have to say it's not terribly excitingly colour runed, this one. I might make it purple at some point or something. There you go. Spyglass funsies. Not that there's a whole lot to see from where we've come from. That's the island we've just left. And even with extreme render settings on, I haven't got the furthest setting on. I've got one down from the furthest. But we've already lost all of them. You can, however, see Rave Mountains over there, and what looks like a random collection of trees. Yeah, look at that. There's some weird bit of, like, rendered trees. You mean I'm now too far away to spy? What if I spy on Eschri? Rave Mountains! Up close! The gremlin hunch, yeah. You also get it when I'm doing my little kind of goblin glee thing, when I tend to be like this. Like, what this? But yeah, I'm usually a laptop player. I mean, I am a laptop player. I'm streaming from a laptop right now. But so usually I'm curled the other way because I tend to play on a sofa with, like, my legs up, so I tend to be, like, leant back properly. But when I stream, I've got all of this extra stuff that needs to be plugged into it. In fact, I didn't even, you know what? I didn't turn my key light on, my rim light. There we go. Now I'm a little bit pinker. But there's so much extra equipment around me when I'm streaming that I have to do it at a desk. I really notice it in my posture. I do not have good desk posture. This is why I do not tend to work from a desk or play from a desk. That looks suspiciously like a server border over there. Uh-oh, I'm going to cough. Too much talking, not enough drinking. But yeah, Rave Mountains in the background. Slowly. Oh, I'm not going for that glowy. I will sail out of my way for glowies, but not on Xanadu. Not on Xanadu. On the plus side, Sleepy's Island is far enough down that we are not dangerously close to a corner here. So at least sailing off this side, I don't have to be watching for the corner border sharks. How you doing over there, Ruffle? Have you bought anything besides the Yule goats, which I assume you bought? There were also snowman hats and something else. What were they? Oh, they were the snowball lanterns and things. At least you can see something other than bald mountains. Your spyglass isn't locked to Xanadu, but it is locked to the Southern Freedom Isles. You're too busy buying sprouts. Is this for camellia hedges? I assume. Calvert and I had another one of those things after we finished streaming last night where we were like, right, now we want to crack on with stuff. Except this time we didn't promise to wait for another stream to do it. So we're going to be busy beavering away, making all of the furniture, I think, over the next week, and decking out our house. Our house. Yeah, you can sail all over the southern servers also. You can take them through portals to other southern servers. It's just across clusters that your items don't travel. So yeah, your spyglass follows you all across the Southern Freedom Isles. But the only things that cross through server portals are ones with the starter tag. So these are death kept, not starter items, which means you can't drop them when you die, but they don't cross through the portal. So yeah, alas, they will not cross clusters with you, but they will cross servers. Yeah. The first time Calvin and I wanted to stream on the Northern Freedom Isles on our main tunes, I went over a couple of days before and then went about making and buying all of the stuff we would need so that when we actually came through on stream, we would be kitted out reasonably, because it just came through with nothing, much like you. Didn't even come through with a compass or a flint and steel, because the ones that I use on Crim, my flint and steel might be starter. Yeah, you go. So I would have come through with that because that's a starter item, but my compass isn't. Hey, that is indeed a border. Also, you only really see it when you're going quite slow, but we are going quite slow at the moment. Interestingly, has the wind changed direction? It was southeast that was the problem before. Oh, you sod. Not only has it changed direction, drop back to a light breeze in the direction that I'm going. Why? Why are light breezes still a thing? No wonder I'm going so goddamn slowly. Hello, Bun. You've come to fuck the wind. Ruffle has failed to pun. She has. She failed miserably. So you've got some catch-up time to do, Bun. We are 2 and a bit hours into stream. That's at least 2 puns that you can have for free. I can't believe the wind changed on me. That is so rude. Now, because I'm sailing dead east as well, this is probably not going to be a very tackable wind either. I'm going to have to go so far out to do it. Damn it. but not, although, there you go, because it's a light breeze, tacking into the wind actually does bugger all. So this is going directly east, and then if I go just off, I gain slightly less than 1 kilometre an hour. Screw you, weather gods. Yeah, you probably will. Thank goodness I'm not trying to sail this bit on Xanadu. Yeah, there's no, and like there's no point tacking in a light breeze. Tacking works really well in, like, the stronger the breeze, the better tacking works for you. It's okay in a breeze, in a normal breeze, depending on what direction you're going in. It's basically pointless in a light breeze. Yeah, you could go to Delhi. You don't even need to make it to the Impalong site in time. If you haven't made it all the way up to the north coast of Delhi, there will be people around summoning anybody who needs it. Obviously, a lot of people will be coming by boat, but for people who are portal hopping, there will be some summoners around, so you could always ask for a summon over wherever you've ended up at the time. The Impalong starts on Thursday at 3 p.m. server time, which you can find out with the /server time command. So that's when it's kicking off, but it's going to be running throughout the weekend through to Sunday afternoon. I want to say, yeah, as Bun says, we've got priests. There's always summons available. Running through till I think the closing ceremony is maybe 5 o'clock. Tell you what, while we've got a long sail, now might be a good time to do some news. So, let me do that. Off to a news page. So, announced today, there is a screenshot contest for Easter. If you've got some Easter screenies, or if you want to go take some Easter screenies, go and submit those. It's open till the 30th of April. You can get some premium out of it if you win, but also it's just kind of fun. And the announced changes to guidance and to start towns all across all of the clusters came out with the last patch on Thursday. So if you haven't seen that yet, I haven't realised what's happened there. For anybody who is still playing on guidance, they've made some tweaks to make it a little bit more new player friendly, including better spawns for things that are needed for the journal. There's no more off yard, outside of yard fences, which is a little bit of a controversial one, but is meant to help. There's a guide beam so that you always know where the starter town is relative to you, and more tree spawns. The stables is the one that's going to affect most people, because now any mount or any vehicle, excluding ships, that is parked on a starter town will disappear when the person who last disembarked it or rode it goes offline or leaves the server. I think that's right. As in, so if you portal away, and that's an important distinction, because if you're somebody who, for example, has shared vehicles, or has borrowed a horse or something else, I don't yet know, and I haven't had a chance to test, what happens if somebody else needs to find out where their animal is. So anybody who has got permissions to ride those vehicles, or who's got brand permissions on those mounts, can retrieve it from the start town by going and speaking to the stable master. There's now a stable master NPC in every town, but I don't yet know, and maybe some of you do if you have looked at it already. If you go to the Manage Animals window here, I don't know what it will look like. We're on release, and of course, okay, so for anybody who doesn't know, I have a wildlife park on release with over 400 GM named spawns cared for, so my animals list is huge, like absolutely huge. So that's why this is as big as it is. But I don't know what will happen if, for example, if Ruffle rode one of my horses up to Sloping Sands on release and hopped through a portal, that horse would then disappear and could be retrieved by Ruffle or by me, by speaking to the stable master. I don't know how that would look in my Manage Animals list. So if, for example, you're on a shared village deed and you take one of the village horses away and somebody is later looking for it because you're still on another server, I don't know if this window will tell them where it is. I don't know if you can still get direction to it that would take you to the start town, even though it's not visible there. I don't know how it works here yet, and I'm going to do a little bit of testing at some point to find out. But if anybody else does know, I'm just going to go and catch up on chat. Whoops. You tested at the stable in Harmony Bay, and you won a free wagon. Oh. No, you can't. No, you can't. Well done. That's the trouble, because I'm not looking at chat. Hang on. Nearly coughed into the mic for you all. Right, I'm going to pop back just a second. So what I was saying, for anybody who was obviously looking at the news screen while I was doing that, so if you right-click your body and you go to Manage Animals, this is a way to find animals that you're not sure where they are. And this is the gigantic list of animals that I was apologising for because I'm on my home server. So there you go. So you can, for example, select any of your animals if you're not sure where they are. And this might actually be a good example because this bison is not currently on this server, I think. Hitched, cared for, on deed. Oh no, wait, is that the wrong one? Let's go for that one. That one's not on deed. Sly Magical Pony. I think that is going to be on server though, because animals that have been taken off server can still appear in this list, and I don't know if that's how they will appear when they vanish into the Stable Masters thing. But if you're trying to find an animal that you have branded or that you care for, you can select this and give direction to, and it will tell you roughly where that animal is so you can find your way back towards it. I don't know if that's still going to work for an animal which has been put into the stable by somebody who's gone through a portal. So maybe some testing required. Oh wow, Moomin. So that was a wagon that somebody had given permissions to everyone in Freedom Isles, and therefore you were able to take it out. Toils, okay, so it does appear on that list, on the Manage Perms list, and does it appear as, can you get direction to it even when it's been vanished into the stable, or will it tell you that it's off server or something if you try? I don't know which one that was a yes to, sorry, I gave you an or before you had time to answer properly. Also, it's just occurred to me, but I tell you what, there is one little market on release that I did not go to when we were here before. But we're about to go super duper close to it before we turn up to Xanadu. So I might just step off the boat to show you that one briefly. So you get directions to it and it takes you to where it's invisible. Good, okay. So yeah, so that would take you to the start town, and then you would speak to the stable master and you would be able to retrieve your horse. Good. I'm going to cough again, I'm sorry. Evidently, though, with Moomin's point, there are some potential permissions bugs there. I don't know, I'd need to go and read the patch notes for it. I don't know if it allows it for people who only have passenger permissions. I think you have to be able to command. And I know that somebody has already pointed out in the post that it should also be available to people who have access hold, because you might potentially have items stored in there. I don't quite know how that will work. You just saw an actual player run past. However, I had another news page, so I'm going to bounce back 1 second. Da-da-dum. So yes, that is the Wurm team news, but also, if you hadn't already heard it from me, several times I've said it, the Delhi Renaissance Festival in Pelong starts on Thursday. I've been summoned in to join the staff team. Apparently, I was invited along to do some streaming for it, and I said, yeah, sure, and now suddenly I'm staff. So, whoops. I'm going to be running some games across the weekend. I'm running games every day for the 4 days. I'm also going to be streaming for at least a few hours every day across the 4 days. I'm going to go and try and navigate my own Twitch channel and figure out how to put it on the calendar there, so you can see when I'm streaming, but also like we'll announce in the Discord and things. There is a Discord that you can join for that imp along. If Bun is still kicking around in chat, I'm sure Bun will post it for you. But Ruffle has already posted the link, so I don't have to. Thank you, Ruffle. And yes, you can come and get your stuff imped and enchanted for free. You can come and imp, and if you have a priest with over 70 channeling, enchant other people's stuff for free, for skill gains, for love. We are hoping that the GMs will be around to give us some arena shenanigans at some point over the weekend, so there will be much fun and mayhem to be had in the arena, we hope. And there are lots of games running across the span of the event as well. So there's going to be things like Easter egg hunts. There's going to be some flying cows competitions. I'm going to be doing some trivia. I'm going to be running a new to the DRF.
Yes.
Possibly new to Wurm game, because I haven't seen somebody else do it before, but that doesn't mean they haven't. We're going to be trying to run Hangman, seeing how that works. So there's going to be some of those running across the weekend, and a bunch of other things besides. We've got like Find the Cheese and guessing booths, and some ones that you can do in your own time, as well as the timed ones, fishing competitions, all sorts. They're really fun events. It's a really, really nice way to get kind of just a little bit of Wurm community for a few days, and everybody is there doing stuff out of love. So highly recommend you come along. It is smack dab in the middle of the top border of Delhi, C17. And as Bun says, if you are not sailing over, if you just portal through and don't have a horse on the other side, we can summon you. We can absolutely help get you there. Hopefully more cute animals and less GM murder. It would be nice, wouldn't it? We didn't get any cute animals at the last one. Right, so that is it for my news one. Oh, and there is an event market there. So if you are somebody who sells stuff or has a bunch of stuff that you would like to sell, by all means, bring along a spare merchant contract. Or if you've got a merchant somewhere else, maybe just take them down for a few days and then pop them back up there for the duration of the event, where there's going to be a lot of people milling about. There are lots and lots of merchant spaces available. You can speak to any staff member, which includes Bunlows, who's in chat, or Marilux, who's not in chat at the moment, or me, or any of the others, basically, and we can get you access to a merchant spot in the market. Right, now I'm done. And I am almost at the point where I'm going to turn north, except that I said that there was a deed that we didn't drop by last time. There is actually a Sparta deed right here, right next to the canal that I'm about to turn up past. And it had, the last time I came by, I think it had some merchants. There we go. Look at that. Sneaky little extra market that we didn't visit while we were on release. So I'm just going to go and have a peek in those. Since we're going right by it, it would be rude not to. And then we're going to turn north to Xanadu, because we are now at the coordinates where I wanted to turn. So we are on a deed literally called Sparta, as you can probably tell by all of the Sparta PMK merch around. There's just a few merchants here that I'm going to have a quick peek at. So see what they've got. So this one has got Halloween gear. And ooh, there's some in the buildings as well. Enchanted tools and weapons on this one. So there you go. Varying qualities and casts on some of those. And prices. Enchanted goods on this one as well. Not so very many on that one. What have we got here? Merchant Achilles. This one has got some enchanted lumps. Oof! Look at the damage on those though. For anybody that doesn't know, you can use enchanted lumps for imping stuff. In particular, if you're sick of using like raw materials and your imps being really slow while you're using them. Wind of Ages casts help with that. I wonder how recently this deed has had anything happen on it, because it looks like they've lost at least 2 merchants. These are the signs for anybody that doesn't know that happens when the player who owns this merchant hasn't logged on to this server in the last 3 months, or the merchant has been sat with an empty inventory for possibly for 3 months, might be for a different period of time, I don't know. This one's still here though, Leonidas. Oddities, skin, some fireworks, some sprouts. Spyglass! For anybody who has their spyglass on the Northern Freedom Isles and wants it on the South, but I think that's it. So there we go. Sneaky little extra one peeked at. Oh, and there's one here. With a rare shortbow. Not in willow though. But still, bargain price, 1 silver. Okay, so now we're going to turn north and make our way towards the Tarsis Harbour Market. And I'm going to mute myself briefly because I'm about to cough again. I'm really sorry, guys. Right, now you can hear me again. I have got another drink here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a very help my throat kind of a drink. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cross over this border, point myself in the right direction, and then I'm going to stick you on a be right back screen for like a minute while I go and make myself a milkshake, which will be a little bit kinder on my throat than the soda cans are, but it's not going to stop me having one of these because dual wielding drinks is, you know, cool. Or whatever. I could have got a hot drink as well. I could have tri-wielded. Oh, look, so close to the border as well. Love it. Alas, we are still in a light breeze, and so even with the wind behind us, still only 14 kilometres an hour, and with an extra person in the boat. Sad, sad times. Bonus market. 3 drinks is, well, 3 drinks is optimal if you have a hot drink. I tend to have 2, but I often have a spare lined up. I tend to have 2 on the go, but if I have a hot drink, then I have 3 on the go. Right, let me just get everybody back in the boat. Back in the boat. Disembark. Re-embark. Disembark and re-embark. Haha, look at that. Beautifully lined up. So we are going towards Tarsis Harbour, which is... would help if I used my mouse instead of my finger, which is on this side. And there aren't many areas of Xanadu that I know terribly well. In fact, I don't know this area terribly well, but I know this channel reasonably well because this is the route to the Lunalong for me, which I've gone to for several years now. Oh, there's Ceres. Look at that sky. So lovely. Your drinks don't normally last long enough to be multiple. Well, I forget to drink things all the time, but hello, Cheesy Games. You're a spicy. I mean, I do know a lot of recipes. I don't have as many as Madoon. I'm up to 459 now. But no, I have ADHD and I have autism, and there's a whole sphere of memes out there about people with ADHD in particular, sort of tending to have 2 or 3 drinks at a time, and there are very, very good reasons for it. If you're an ADHD person, I don't even know why it's associated with ADHD, but it makes total sense to me. And every so often, I come across somebody else with like 2 or 3 drinks on the go, and I'm like, I bet I found another neurospicy. You're on 450, Madoon. I thought you were closer to 500. Oh. I did add over 60 recipes to it.
Yeah.
On Thursday. Yes. I was cooking up a whole load of stuff, which is why, for anybody who was watching, thank you for the follow, Cheesy Games, which is why, if anybody who was watching my stream with Calvert yesterday, if you got a glimpse in that LMC, which was absolutely rammed full of cooked food, that's going to keep us fed for a while. That's where I was adding things to my cookbook over on Thursday. See, now I usually have a water bottle with me, although it's currently over there on the other side of the room. So I tend to have a water bottle, and I have a soft drink of some description, like squash or a soda or something. Sometimes I tri-wheeled without a hot drink, and that's if I also have a milkshake, because sodas tend to, like, are flavourful, but also tend to sort of like, I don't know, like they taste cleaner in a way, whereas milkshakes taste quite thick and lovely, but that can also be a bad thing. And water is obviously like, you know, water's a palate cleanser. But if I have a hot drink, I absolutely have to have a cold drink with it because I'm super temperature sensitive. Takes very little at all for me to be like a degree warmer than I want to be, and then it's like, this is intolerable. So I do a lot of like temperature regulation on like surfaces around me and things. Like I really like my house is full of like nice cold tiles and cool surfaces that I can like put my arms against to cool myself down. And I really like tea. I'm a tea fiend. I have, I think, over 30 varieties of tea beautifully stacked up in my kitchen, loose leaf teas. But I have to have cold drinks with them. I'm also somebody who, like, when they're eating hot food, has to have a cold drink, maybe two nearby, within arm's reach, a water and a something else. That's called summer for you. Yeah, 14 to 21 degrees or nope. I have a water bottle that I consistently fill up. It's just I always forget to drink from it, so I tend to drink more soda and less water than I should. Like I always have it within arm's reach, but I'm kind of an out of sight, out of mind person, and the problem is the water bottles I have are like the kind of like the metal kind, the insulating kind, with pretty pictures on the outside, but because it doesn't look like a drink, it just sort of ceases to exist as a drink, unless I am actively looking for it for water. So I probably need to do something about that, like switch to one that I can see the water in. Don't know. We've got some interesting rendering going on here. However, I am going to do the thing that I said I was going to do. You have to have a drink when eating, otherwise it's like eating rocks. Yeah. Like, I need a drink to, like, both to kind of, so it doesn't, like, dry me out, but also to sort of, like, I don't know, bring my temperature back down and to, like, wash away some of the flavors. I don't even know. I've always had drinks with food, and I really struggle. Like, for example, when you're in a busy restaurant, when the waiters are being super slow to come back and check on you, and if I run out of my drink partway through my meal, I'm like, oh no, ruined it. I'm not gonna crash into anything. We're on Xanadu. It's gonna take us a while. However, I tell you what, instead of sticking you on a be right back screen, I will leave you watching my view so that if we run into a Nessie or into a mountain full of trolls, you can have the lols. But so I will be right back.
Goblin glee. Hello? Uh-oh. My grasshopper brain hopped again. What was I saying? Oh, you shush your face. Whoops. Nobody saw that, right? Whoops. Nobody saw that, right? Oh, yes. Magnificent. Da 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 da. Victory! Ooh, what is?
Hello.
Hello.
What is? Random configuration of something or others. What the hell? I came back just in time. I know. But I didn't beach it bun. I made it back just in time with not only do I have a milkshake, because I keep coughing, and the milkshake will help, but I also remembered that I've got sorbet, which will also, it's medicinal sorbet, because this will also definitely help with the coughing. So I will try not to make eating sounds, because I know that messes with some people. But you'll have to forgive me, because my throat is clearly getting irritated, and ice cream and ice cream-like things will help soothe it on this slow sail in a bloody light breeze. Oh, although, hang on, having said that, no, it's still a light breeze. I'm pretty sure it's just that I've tilted off path. Hang on. Weather. Yep, still light breeze. Right, is it an ex-holy site? I don't think so. Hello, Ignatius. No 60-second long diggies. No, none of that. 10 Mile Island, bam, headshot. I know, and do you know what? So on on release, I dropped an island in the middle of this. Right, I found the perfect spot to catch a gorgeous sunrise between these two islands. A gorgeous sunset between these two islands and a gorgeous sunrise over this gentle slope here. So I dropped an island here, and once or twice I have gone sailing for it, either in thick mists or on what I call a scavenger profile, which is really low res settings that I use for my alts. And it should be a pretty straight shoot, because Brambleheim's over here. It should be a pretty straight shoot out of here in this direction, and I hit my island. But once I must have gone zigzagged back and forth 5 or 6 times before I found my own goddamn island. And yet I come on Xanadu, biggest server of all servers, AFK sail for a couple of minutes, and find that teeny tiny little spit of land, which is now not even visible anymore. I don't know how I do it. Yes. I love it too. Toel, since we've got you in chat, when I path my way over to the Tarsis Harbour Market, I usually do it by kind of just feeling my way along these mountains till I see something that looks right. But you can probably give me better directions from here. Am I heading for this bit here, where I'm seeing some trees, or do I need to go in a slightly different direction? I feel like it's after the second slope, but I'm not 100% convinced. So yeah, if you can give me a direction, or correct my direction, I feel like I should be going sort of that way. Bit past that, but essentially, yeah, okay, so over here-ish, towards the trees, or the other side of the tree line that I'm just starting to see here. Tell you what, I can get my spyglass out. Having just been talking about spyglasses and how I always forget that I've got one as well. Wait, there we go. To the trees, alright. Wait. Get, oh. To the trees, alright. And so for anybody else who's coming from Xanadu, particularly in a poor breeze where it's critical that you are going in the right direction, if you're coming in, the easiest way to get to this is probably to come along and up onto the south side around the same place that I have, which is 13, 14-ish. Yeah, so we're going up this channel here over to the Tarsis Harbour Market over there. And evidently then you can just look for the trees. Yeah, I know it's on the right side of the bay. Just catching up on chat in case I missed anything. Other than all of you being like, talking about my luck managing to head for that little island. Oh, Cheesy, you started on Xanadu and you got hit by the sort of the Lagadoo stuff. Yeah, as Ruffle says, it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. But I mean, in fairness, I don't have a Xanadu deed, so I can't really attest to how it is most of the time. But I do travel on and off Xanadu semi-regularly. I spend a few days here at a time when there are things like Impalongs, or occasionally when there's quite accessible holy sites. And I don't find Xanadu to be any worse for lag than the other servers. In fact, the one I find worse for lag recently has usually been, well, recently, I haven't been on there in the past year, but recently it was Celebration that was suffering the most, in my experience. Exodus gets it a little bit. I mean, all servers get it a little bit. But I know that Xanadu used to have a really bad reputation for it, and, you know, in fairness, a well-earned bad reputation for it. But in my experience, it's not that bad now. I think it probably does still get a bit bad sometimes. Good night, Moomin. Yeah, start of the third mountain. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I tend to sort of head for this slope here, to this sort of sandy and tree-y area. So I was going more or less in the right way. Right. I'm just gonna have to enjoy my sorbet for a little bit while we sail. So I heard earlier what some of you... Mummy. I heard earlier what some of you were up to. What are the rest of you doing? Bun, are you over at the Impalong site doing Impalong stuff? Or are you back on Deed doing stuff? Which reminds me, I've got 6 more care slots for you, Bun. Harvesting? What are you harvesting? Are you also being a farm boy this evening? Outrageous, wasting your night away. Tantail, you said you were over on NFI at the moment, working on stuff up there. Terrell, what have you been up to this evening? What are you doing in Wurm right now? What about you, Ignatius? So where are you based now, Cheesy? You said you started on Xanadu. Oh, forestry season. Is that what you're doing, my June? I do like forestry season. The reason that my forestry is, well, as high as it is, it's not that high, not compared to somebody like Bun. But I think forestry was for a long time one of my very highest skills. It's probably now in the top 10. I don't think it's in the top 5 anymore. But it was because when the trees and the bushes get full of stuff, they just look so gemmy. And then I have that one more lemon problem where I can just keep going and going and going. You were gathering blue grapes in Troll Country, were you, Madoon? Feels too crowded for you on NFI Tentail. See, a lot of people, I think, get put off SFI because they want, like, cadence levels of crowding. But me, I would find it very claustrophobic. I like the balance of the SFI ones. They don't feel empty to me. I can see how if you never leave your deed, they might feel very empty. because a lot of people just don't have immediate neighbours, and a lot of players don't really like to interact with their neighbours when they do have them. But I think if you travel just a little bit, if you get involved with community stuff, if you chat to people in freedom, if you go along to events and things, SFI doesn't feel underpopulated particularly to me. Like, there's plenty of people to talk to, plenty of people to trade with, plenty of lovely deeds to see. So it's just the right amount of populated for me, and I think I would feel stifled on the Northern Freedom Isles. Is that not a skill that you have high yet, Bun? And I say yet because if you're skilling it at all, I imagine it's going to be high soon enough. You've been mining slate, Toil. Nice. You're racing me back. What direction are you coming from? Presumably not the same one as me. Robbie's forestry is only 84. What is mine? What is mine? What are we looking for? Nature skills. Forestry. Mine's 78. So there you go. My miscellaneous items is 80. But I got forestry up over 70 really super fast from the point that I started it, just because I really enjoyed it. Oh, you're coming by wagon. Okay. Okay. You're in a very quiet bit of Xanadu, Tantail. I think Xanadu especially probably does feel quite quiet. Because unless you're in one of the sort of the areas where there's a lot of deeds, like the area around Summerholt is really quite populated, for example. There's so much of Xanadu to travel on. I think a lot of people probably don't have neighbours, but also a lot of people who live on Xanadu don't travel much on it, or if they do, they travel off-server in a boat. Whereas on the smaller servers, you tend to find people actually travel around their own servers quite a lot. Like treasure hunting, for example, a lot of people just won't do treasure hunting on Xanadu. To be honest, I'm one of them. But treasure hunting takes me all over my own server. Just got Forester. Nice. I know! Wow, rude. One skill I have higher than Bun. What's your hot food cooking, Bun? Although that's a cheat skill, that doesn't really count. Where is my cooking? There's my cooking. Two skills I've got higher than yours. Just don't look at my beverages skill. Yeah. I've still got plenty of skills sat solidly at 1. But they are mostly the weapon skills and tool skills. I'm sure there's a few others. You beat me, Toel. Mind you, at 13.42 kilometers an hour, I'm not that surprised. But we are not far off now. We're only a few minutes away. So this is going to be our third. This is the trouble with markets on Xanadu, it just takes me quite a lot longer. It's going to be our third market of the night, 4th if you count Sparta, but that wasn't an intended destination. That was just a cheeky extra on the way. So we started at Haukrhavn on the north shore of Xanadu, around B15-16. Then we did a little cheeky border hop and came back down to Sleepy's Island in the very, very far northeast corner. And now we've done another cheeky border hop to find ourselves in the southwest side of Xanadu, heading up for Tarsis Harbour Market. After this one, I plan to sail... What time are we on? 12:45. After this, I plan to sail across this bay, park up my boat somewhere here, and then let Eshri sail it home. I'm going to abandon the boat here on Crim. And I'm going to run on foot up to Lormere, where there is it's like a public community market. And then from there, I'm going to portal hop across to Glasshollow, because that's a nice, quick and easy one. I don't think that there's going to be time or inclination to log in some alts and have a look at some of the smaller ones on Xanadu, but that should cover all of the big ones that we haven't already covered somewhere else on another stream. If you were at a starter deed, you'd have portal to Xanadu and sailed over. Sailed over to where? Ruffle also has more forestry than Bun. But yeah, I'm going to be going to a couple of starter deeds earlier and then using portals. Portals. Well, yeah, it would take you a while. But I am going to be going to some starter towns to do some portal hopping to markets that are near starter towns. So if you want to come along for the ride, you can always go and get into a portal when we start getting that way, as can anybody else, if you want to come tag along for some funsies. Ruffle's done that before on the last market stream. Ruffle joined me intermittently for bits of it, because we know Ruffle likes to shop as well. Have you now left Sleepy's Island, Ruffle? Or are you still busy buying sprouts? I'm going to have to hurry up on eating my my sorbet, or I'm going to get there before I finish. No, you haven't left Sleepy's Island yet. Oh dear. Now, so that's the main Tarsis deed. So we want to go over here, I think. Oh, it doesn't help that I put my sail down a bit. What a nana. And there you go, we got Silent Swift and Toll in local. Also, because it's been a few hours, I suppose I should tell Xanadu once again that I am in them. How rude. Have I still got it saved from last time? Yes, I do. Let's just change it slightly since we have been underway a while. Post it in Freedom. Post it in Global. There we go. Done. So shit at advertising. So this we are just coming up on here is we've got the Tarsis Harbour stables just here. And this is the market, right? Even though I'm looking at the stables building. This is Tarsis Harbour Market, I'm pretty sure. I hope so. I was like, oh, I've put my sail. How have I put my sail down again? God. Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. So you've got a nice long jetty here, which is off deed for loading and unloading. And any minute now, we are at Tarsis Harbour Market, which is Toll's and Solenswith's market, which is lovely. So we've got draft horses out here by the looks of it, and I imagine probably also some speed horses somewhere. So yeah, whoop, whoop. I'm doing so well. There you go, mix of draft and speed horses available for starters. You can see those right from the get-go. So there will be a key merchant somewhere inside. Random horse butt, as you get in any animal market. It's a super pretty market deed. I'm a big fan. Black, silver and bulk goods this way. I don't think I've ever looked at your bulk goods. So let's just go and have a peek at that. There's a little tea shop here, which I particularly love, and a vampire in the basement. At least that's my headcanon, and I'm keeping it. But I'll show you him when we get there. Ah, there we go. I don't know if this wasn't here last time or if I just never noticed it, but there you go. We got a bulk seller. BG Vault. Vaults 2 and 3. What have you got in at the moment? Vault 3 is Wemp. Vault 2, textile set. Aha! I see. Wool and cotton. Nice. So there you go. We've got some bulk pens over this way. There will be a key merchant somewhere, which I'm sure we will spot soon, for the horses. And then you've got the little trading centre over here, where they've got some other merchants besides. And there are more animals, or there were more animals over that way. Yep, there you go. So you've also got some farm animals around there. So tokens right here, nice and super central and easy to find. Spirit Mansion's over there if you need to post stuff. We've got, ooh, what have we got? Got a rare unfinished oven, rare pottery forge, very, very shiny. Rare unfinished rounded stone forge, and a rare open fireplace in that one. And an unfinished sandstone open fire. Ooh. I don't know if I've got a sandstone one, you know. I think I've got most of them now. I've just taken my rare marble fireplace over to Calvert's to go in there. Right, I'm going to come back to this in a minute. I'm just going to go and peek around the corner and have a look at, here we go. Here's the key merchants for the horses. Let's go and have a look at these ones first on the outside, and then I will zip back to the trade centre over here. So what do we got? What do we got? Key drop chests there. Merchant Bandit. So there you go. We've got a bunch of speed horses and some draft horses. With miscellaneous traits as well. So a lot of them will have useful ones like spark, certain spark. Things like that, I imagine, which means that whoever is breeding here has got quite a lot of animal husbandry skill. Many, many more speeds and drafts on these ones. It's good that it also tells you how many traits they've got and their gender, as well as the pen number. I really like when people label their keys that way. Helps me a lot. Like, it's not super necessary. People will buy stuff anyway. I find it helpful when people give me more information both on the keys and in the pens. That's the bulk. That's the bulks that we've already been to from the other side. Got some of our big draft horses over here and some lovely slender ebony speed horses. I like this little central square as well, and I really like this. Calvert's done this, but much less densely packed than this, just outside the house that we're renovating over on Thorspring. But this is super densely packed, and I love it. How good is that? I don't know if Sonsmith's watching, but just in case, let's pop in local. Hello, Kitsu. You got your immortal 3-speed and 4-speed horses from them. Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? It is a good market. Yeah, I love these flower beds. Like, and actually, you know what? My temptation is always to, you know, I've just spotted. I was like, we've got some greenery around the outside, and we have. That's mint. This is beautiful. Gives you that nice kind of like green border around it. They've double stacked flower colours here, which is another thing that I really like. I do that whenever I put flower pots down. I tend to nest 2 or 3, and you just rotate them a little bit, and then you get these nice mixed planters. But yeah, the planters do need to be maintained, unfortunately. Like, which also makes me really sad about things like the really interesting ones like coffee cherries and tea and cocoa. They're really interesting models, and it makes me sad that you can't just have them be okay indefinitely. Same with the herbs as well, because the herbs have all got good models, but the flower pots at least will stay without maintenance. But this is a really nicely densely packed flower beds. I like these. I think these are awesome. In fact, I'm going to take a screenie while I'm here, because those are super nice. Thoroughly approve. I've also been playing with doing that kind of densely packing, but in fountains. So you can also nest plant pots that way inside a fountain, and for one of the higher fountains, like one of the ornate ones, is it? Not ornate, whichever one's got the horses on top, that have got that higher bowl in marble, you can also put marble planters and nest them so they sit just under this kind of upper bowl on the higher marble fountains, and then you can also have flowers like in the upper bowl as well, which is nice. But yeah, this is really good. I thoroughly approve of this meticulously placed and cared for stuff there. Science says they found that doing the mint around the edge boosts it, but isn't too much work to keep it up. Is this one that we've looked at already? I don't think it is. Okay, so we've got barding on this one, saddles. some more keys for more draft horses. Oh no, I abandoned my... my sorbet has lost its structural integrity. What can possibly go wrong? What, we got another one over there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what these?
My grasshopper brain hopped again. What was I saying?
What's I looking at? These are cute. I like these. I love them. Yeah, it is a bit of a sorb shake sort of a thing at the moment. I mean, I could stick it in my milkshake, but I am not quite that crazy. But these are awesome. I love these. These are like little kind of like show prize displays. Adorable. Love it. Also, how nice is this little yard? So good. I like the straw beds actually as well as decoration in these pens. That's cute. I like that. Ah, oh, despite the sorbet though, I am going to cough again, so hang on. I don't know quite what has set me off this evening. I don't know if it's wait, I've got super quiet. There we go. Because I'm used to doing 2 streams 2 nights in a row, but clearly something has irritated my throat. So let's hope, fingers crossed, that I don't bugger my throat up like on day 1 of the DRF. Well, it's going to go south because I'm streaming 4 days in a row then. I don't want to be coughing all the way through. I am the sort of person though that will just keep a jar of Cavonia to hand in my handbag next to the bed or whatever and swig it from the bottle like a heathen when I have a sore throat. Oh no, you found a hellhound. Yeah, they're a pain in the arse, especially when you're on foot. High pollen count. Use less words. I don't know how, Bun. I wish I did. Maybe I could use interpretive dance instead. So, more speeds and drafts on this one. There's a lot of animals in this animal market. But I really like the design and the layout of this deed in general. I think it's lovely. What have we got this way? Output herds. Ooh. Ooh. Baby cows. So we got some 5 output cows here. And a cheese drill. How thematic. I don't have output cows, you know. I've got output champion sheep, 5 output champion sheep, and I've got 1 6 output black champion sheep. My pride and joy. And I've been trying, I haven't got any output. I don't think I've got any output bison anymore. I've got draft bison because I've been trying to breed lurking draft bison because I want teeny tiny teams of bison that are hench as fuck pulling my wagons. But I don't think I've got any output cows. Right, there we go. Sorbet done. You're saved from the sorbet schlurps. Keep hitting the wrong key. And I was going to say, but I don't need any more herds and I don't have space to put them anyway. Except I've been squirreling away farm animals on Calvert Steed for a while and I've just stopped hiding them now. They're just now out in the open, like out in plain sight. So maybe I've finally got space and deed ratio to do some actual honest to goodness like farm animal breeding projects finally. Calvert doesn't know it yet, but I'm looking at his deed and I'm like, look at all of that ratio. Ooh, all the animals I can have. Mind you, he's on a farming stint at the moment, so I don't think it would take much to persuade him. In fact, I probably wouldn't persuade him. I would just show up with a load of sheep and cows. So, so we've got our rare things over here using essentially the bulk pen system again. So you'd buy keys for these, and then presumably there'd be loading perms set up in these buildings so you could ride a wagon in, load it, take it, and then stick it in your ship. Or if the lovely deed owners are in local at the time, I'm sure they would also helpfully come and bring a wagon to help you load stuff. Then, here we go. See, this is my vampire in the basement. We've got Merchant Vlad over here, decked out in red and black. So, what's he got? Blood! Of course he's got blood! How silly of me. How foolish. So there you go, you got a Bloods merchant there. Those are really well-priced bloods as well. Look at that. Fancy. Actually, I think one of my frustrations about the bloods is although examining any blood will tell you what it's from, it doesn't tell you what you get by the imbue. So you have to look them up on the wiki if you don't use them regularly or just know them off the top of your head. And I really wish that they had built that into the examine text, so it told you what kind of imbue you could make with it. And then we've got two here. We've got a Fafnir, which I like. See, look at that. Coffee plants, they're so pretty. And I do this, a similar thing to this in my bar at Little Venice, but I've allowed a space through. But I was asking Toel how they did this super duper cool thing where you actually can't cross through any of these, whereas usually I have one that you can cross through, because most fences are too high profile and will give the game away. Like, they'll open when you go near them, or they'll be sticking out the top or sticking out the front or whatever. Pause 30 seconds. Just want to check something. How long ago was that? Okay, I did catch that. Quickish. Sansworth says struggles to keep the ebony horses in stock, so more empty than you'd like in the shadow stables. I'm pausing 30 seconds. Before I carry on the story about how they did this, because like the last time I came here, I was like, there's no hidden doors anywhere, and there's no hidden routes down. And I was like, I mean, maybe they just knock down a ceiling and drop down. But no, they've got a super sneaky kind of a gate which does not show, and I was super impressed. I'm just going to give Deco. Oh, this, I see. Yes. Okay. Do you want to come and just turn the cupboards for me? So there's going to be decoration items on top of these. Cupboards are notoriously bad for it, I have to say, and I use them as well, and I have that problem all the time. But it's not just cupboards. Any placeable surface sometimes when you come into a new space, because you see, like, we can see the chess pieces here, but we cut, like, the chessboard hasn't spawned. If you have things like this where you've got stuff on display and you're not seeing it properly, haha, there's one. Just rotating the item and turning it back will be sufficient to make the items render in for you. But it's a shame when it happens in marketplaces. So we're going to watch some magic happen, if we're lucky. Hello. Except Toel's got to find the gate as well. There we go. Do it. Are they not spawning for you either, Toel? But yes, so the cunning thing that they've done here is actually use round pole gates, which are much, much lower profile, but it means that you have to have deco items carefully placed to hide the posts, which normally they would, except of course here they haven't spawned. So they're showing for you. If you rotate one of the cupboards, they should show for me. assuming you can. Because you can usually just tilt them and then tilt them back, and they'll all appear. See, we're logging somebody in. See that one? That one's got an even sneaky bigger one. But again, here we go. So if you tilt them and tilt them back, what you're going to see is the evidence of these fence posts carefully hidden by some of the items on the surface. But yeah, just doing a little rotate and a rotate back, and they will pop into existence like this. So if you're somebody who decorates a lot on your deed and you get confused by a surface looking empty when it shouldn't be, it's just to do with it not having rendered properly, so it can just be fixed by moving it. Ooh, Tantail, have you just come back to SFI? Teleported to the starter deed and portaled over to Lormere. Whee! Look at them all! Thank you, guys. Do you know, I don't... That's my weapon. Hang on, let me just unequip this, because it does stick through everything. I don't think I've ever looked at these laid down. Like, looked at the item models for them. They're cool. I didn't realise they were quite so detailed. Like, I've got metal armour and chain armour and things laid down for decoration in my shops, and I've got things like cloth hoods and stuff, but I don't think I've ever laid out, like, the jackets and things like that. So that's kind of awesome. Thank you, guys, for coming and tweaking the deco for me. So we've got... I really love the leather atlas model, you know. Archaeology journal, almanac, atlas. All so pretty and lovely. I feel like we need more things to have special books for in-game, because I really like them as decoration. I just kind of wish we could also place them on their ends, not just flat down. Very, very small point, though. It shouldn't. Well, a backpack shouldn't have decayed in your inventory, Tantail. Like, it doesn't decay in your inventory. So it's weird that you've lost it. Unless, if that backpack, when you left Southern Freedom Isles, is a starter item, which it might have been, then it would have crossed to the Northern Freedom Isles with you. And if you had switched to a better backpack in that time, you'd have come back to no backpack, and I suspect that's probably what's happened. Because everybody gets a starter backpack on a new tune, and even if it wasn't a new tune at the time, if you'd picked it up somewhere or traded it from another alt, it's quite possible you're running around with a starter backpack, because all the time it's in your inventory again, it doesn't need to. You think it was a premium item? Oh, as in you mean like you've lost your knapsack, these ones? That one of those. Before starter backpacks. Yeah, but that's also a starter item. The knapsack is. And that's one of the you know, you got the rare, the supreme, the fantastic versions, depending on how long you've been in the game at the point that they introduce them, they have the starter tag. Yeah, it's not death kept, actually. I had never realised that it's not. I sort of expect it to be. But Ruffle's right, it's not death kept. But it is a starter item. How strange. But certainly it's not. It shouldn't have decayed while it's in your inventory, because they don't. Right, so let's have a look. Ooh! So this one is our cloth, leather, and bit of toy making merchant in there, with lots and lots of fancy stuff. In fact, I'm wearing my pirate gear today, so you don't often see people wearing these, except maybe at Impalongs. But while we're here... So my pirate gear is rare chain armour with cloth sleeves, and I really like these cloth sleeves because you can dye them in all kinds of different colour stripes. So there is a striped sleeve that you can make, but this is not it. What I'm wearing is just called a white cloth sleeve, and when you dye it, it only has one dye region, and that's what gets you these nice stripes. So if you've ever seen these and had no idea how to make them because the striped sleeves come out red and yellow, I think, and that's it. It's the white cloth sleeves that you want that have a stripy dyeable region. So I think they're very fancy, thoroughly approve. Does mean that my arms as well as my head are more vulnerable when I'm in my pirate get-up, which is why Bun gives me a hard time when we go out treasure hunting and I'm wearing my blue pirate gear and I'm just taking all kinds of wounds because there is no head protection from an adventurer's hat, which is what this is, and very minimal protection from my sleeves, but they do look good. They do look good. So anyway, there you go. So we've got a variety of things on here, including... Ooh, I don't think we've got plain ones. So here's another bit that you might get tripped up on. The plain white cloth sleeves don't have that stripe dye region, so if you dye those, you'll get the whole sleeve coloured. If you want the stripe version, you want... Wait, was it the plain or the... I do think that their naming conventions are a pain. So the white cloth sleeve has the striped dye region. The plain white cloth sleeve, you'll dye the whole thing. So you can get all kinds of outfit variations. Beauty is pain, Ignatius, absolutely. Tantail, so you've got all of this junk in here that will decay. Why will it decay? I mean, as long as it's in your inventory, it's not going to decay if it hasn't decayed before. Unless you were carrying a bag of keeping or something. I totally didn't realise those knapsacks weren't death kept though, although I'm like, you never see them. Like, occasionally you see somebody auctioning one off, but other than that, you basically never see them for sale. So we've got a variety of cloth items here, including cloth hood, which was my favourite before I switched to my adventurer cap. I wore a cloth hood for years, just painted in a pretty colour. Forester wool hats. Nice quality books here. I don't know if the quality makes much difference, although it does if you're using it as a display item. I don't know that the quality makes any difference for the Almanac and the Atlas, although somebody might be able to answer better for the Atlas, but it absolutely does make a difference for your archaeology journal. So for anybody who doesn't know or is just starting to get into archaeology, the amount of reports that you can keep in your archaeology journal is equal to its QL. So high quality ones of these are absolutely worth having. It's a good thing to get imped up at an impalong if you are getting into archaeology but you don't really have any like leatherworking skill to speak of. That's one of the ones that I would absolutely put in for imping from your leatherworkers. It's impalongs. And we got some rugs. I do like cloth armor. Like, I didn't touch it for years and years and years, and then one day I had a whole little like fashion parade in my alchemy den where I made up a load of cloth armor, and then I just went dyeing fuck out of it and taking screenies of me in all these different colors and being like, how's this in Seraphina Twilight? How do I feel about it in this color? Like, just picking my outfits, making costumes for things and all sorts. Ooh. So we've got a bunch of rares on this one and a bunch of chess pieces, so let's just sort that. And some skins. Got a horseman's halberd there. That's where you get your keys for any of the items in the rare vaults. Hang on. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go get some coins out. Speaking of which, is there a friendly wagon? The display racks have stupid things inside them. Okay, I'm gonna go and look inside those display racks in a minute. First, I'm gonna withdraw some money. Is there a cart or a wagon that one can use to pick stuff up around this deed? If you didn't happen to bring one. Books and friends. You're also a fan of the 0 speed reduction from armor when you're not itching for combat. Yeah. Bun's problem is that I go treasure hunting with it on when we end up often fighting quite a lot of things, particularly if we're on high quality maps. I don't tend to, I wouldn't wear it into an arena. I tend to wear my Drake for that. I'm at the wrong one. Market wagon, buy the black silver bulk pen. Excellent. So, what was I doing? Spending money. That's what I was doing. So, back to where I was. Chess pieces. Yoink. So there you go, you've got some unfinished items and some finished items. Oh, in fact, it's unfinished. I'm not even going to need it. I can just pick it up. But it's good to know where it is. So for anybody coming here, there you go. There is a market wagon available for people to use. Do I need another? Do you know what? I keep saying, like, I don't need any more rare fireplaces because I've got so many rare fireplaces. But I love fireplaces. They make any building feel cozy. And so I just keep collecting more rare fireplaces. You've got healing cover ingredients in your backpack. Oh, your coins are loose. Well, do you still have a deed on SFI Tantail? As in a deed that you have a bank at? Because if not, at the starter town or at the market there, if you don't currently have a bank on Xanadu at an active deed, you can open a bank account immediately. It only takes 24 hours to transfer it if it's transferring from somewhere. Yeah, but also, I'm sure we can send you something. In fact, I've probably got a couple of spare pet bowls, which are my favoured form of storage in the Nar, so I could just mail you a pet bowl to stick some of that stuff in. Got a rare mug, rare butchering knife. You do have a deed that you're still part of, yes, so you can't so easily move your bank. Is it the right one? It's the right one! Ah. Right. One sleeve. I just need another one. I was saying a while ago, like, I really, really want to turn these sleeves rare so that they match the rest of it, but I just never see white cloth sleeves on anybody's rare lists. So I will have that. Let's see how many years it takes me to find another one. Hatchet head. Supreme green peasant wool cap. Got an unfinished large sled there. Having that too. Yes. Cha-ching. Right. How much monies is that? Some monies. 7 silver. Are those? 2 of those. Ba-ba-bam.
Cha-ching. Take my money.
Yes. Wait, hang on.
Cha-ching.
Tantail, hang fire. Just want. In fact, I tell you what. I'll take this back to my boat while I remember. I'm going to go and drop this back in my boat as soon as I figure out where it is. This one. This one. Let's have that. Let's dutifully drop my key back, and I'm going to go and grab a pet bowl out of my boat and just mail it to you because that will take a whole load of stuff like your coins or whatever else. And it's brain not braining. The pet bowls can come out super high quality, just cut straight off a log. So unlike satchels and backpacks, which you have to then tink up. What am I looking for? The key. Pet bowls are really good for storage outside of your inventory because you can make them super high quality. They are a one action creation. You cut them off a large log. There are some things that they don't fit as well as backpacks or satchels, but for the most part, pet bowls have replaced most of my out of inventory storage, and I tend to often carry 1 or 2 in my inventory as well. There you go. I've just got a load of quality 70 pet bowls. I haven't seen any of my pet bowls anywhere take any damage yet. Yeah, great for archaeology. Especially if you store them in large amphora. I think you can fit something like 30 pet bowls in a large amphora. I'm about to test this theory. I think you can fit 30 large pet bowls in there. They store 72 frags each. So if you have a large amphora, if you have an amphora rack with 30 large amphora in, each of which have got however many pet bowls they store, each with up to 72 frags, that is a whole lot of frag storage in a very small space. And you don't have to go repairing it all of the time or have it pop, which is the problem with my original archaeology storage. It was all backpacks and satchels, and I am forever repairing them, otherwise they just pop. What was I looking for? Getting waylaid. I'm looking for the mailbox. Mailbox. 98 cast, so it should only be like about 3 minutes or something. And a partridge in a pear tree. Wait, Tantail, are you back on your main now? Am I sending this to Tantail? I assume I am. There you go. That will at least scoop up some of the crap that's milling around in your inventory till you can find a better way to sort it. No problem. Okay, so that's those two. We've had the vampire in the basement, selling bloods over there. We've got cloth, leather, and rugs and things and some toys on this one. Exciting rares on this one, and also some skins and some chest pieces and some eggy eggs. And then upstairs, whoops. Let's lock that. Then upstairs, we've got a lovely little tea shop. Look at this. Look at this. Adorable. I love it. Not just on the sides either, because...
Whoops.
Look.
Nobody saw that, right?
Look at these gemmy little cups. Cups and saucers. Pizza's on the table. Adorable. Toll sitting down to eat. So we've got 2 merchants up here with this gemmy tea shop, and 3 merchants up here with this gemmy tea shop, and I do love a tea shop. It is dead cute, isn't it? Oh. Uh-oh. We found a dye merchant. Tarsis blue, medium purple, juicy orange. That's Tarsis blue. Tarsis green, lemon yellow, petal pink, lavender.
My grasshopper brain hopped again.
Wait, have we got a juicy orange somewhere?
Cha-ching!
Oh, the ruby red is nice. Juicy orange.
Goblin glee.
Might be one round the corner. Can't see one here at the moment. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Juicy orange, petal pink, ruby red. Yoink. Tarsis green, lavender, sky blue, lemon yellow. So that's the Tarsis green. That's the lavender. That's the lemon yellow. Ooh, I like that we've got it on cloth up here as well. That's nice. I really appreciate when dye shops do this, actually. I do it on 2 materials in mine. I do it on banners and I do it on wood, because dyes do look different on different kinds of material. Actually, I do it on 3. Do I do it on 3? No, I do it on 3. So I do it on banners, I do it on wood, and I do it on pottery jars for this exact same reason, because dyes aren't, like, they are dyes, not paints, so they're modified by the colour of the item underneath it. So it is actually really useful in a dye shop when they show you how the same dye looks on different kinds of things, because it does vary a little bit. Like the blues, for example. So the difference between what I assume are, there we go, Tarsis blue on the pottery, and that is a little bit more subtle, but as you can see, it's a lot brighter there, because that's on a relatively neutral background. Once you put it over a pottery colour, then you get a slightly smokier colour, but it's much, much more noticeable sometimes with woods, like if you look at the difference between the lavender there and the lavender there. So this is always a really useful frame of reference. Yeah, and sometimes you really like it on one material and don't like it on the other. Solinswith, yeah, absolutely. But it looks really good without fail on teacups and teapots. Like, I like every dye on teacups and teapots, which is why I'm about to run off with some of this ruby red, because that's just adorable. In fact, you know what? I like the lavender on the teacups as well. They all look good on the teacups. The jade green's really nice, although I don't think there's any jade green in stock at the moment. The rose pink is lovely. I'm going to lose my trading window, but that's okay. I'm going to go back and buy it. Oh, I like that one. This one, super lovely. But I don't think there was any rose pink in stock. But I will just check. So what was I having? Let's expand all. Need to restock jade green. Pink. We've got petal pink, which I assume is different. Do you know what? I should have examined one, shouldn't I? Where did we see the petal pink? $244, $184, $201. Whoops, already trading. $244. Yeah, so they are different. You need to restock your rose pink too, I think. And now your ruby red also. Sorry. Tarsis blue, we got grey. Unless there are more dye merchants. Hang on. I haven't actually spoken to the other one, so there might be more. There might be more. Coins, 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 coins. Nice coins. Where are we? Where are we? Let's go there. No, don't be sorry. At all. Oh, no, so this one is pre-coloured lovely cups and things. Yes, 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 yes. Including a nice ruby red teapot. But still no rose pink, or whatever it was. I like that one. I will come back for it at some point. I'm sure there will be a restock and I will come back and I will buy more dyes. Ruby mugs. And cups. You can buy a full set. Even though I've just bought some dye, I'm just going to buy a couple of those. Just, you know, souvenirs. What do you mean I'm out of 20 coins? I suppose I'm just going to have to break a fiver. Yoink. Yes, yes, yes I will. Yes I will. What? I've only just... I don't know when that was posted. Yes, I will be back. Let's go and have a talk to this one. Ooh. Ooh. I love a recipe merchant. I do, I do. Honey vinegar. I don't know that I knew you could make honey vinegar. That's exciting. Did I? We're about to find out. Honey water I knew about. I did not know about honey vinegar. Ooh. Ooh. Got. Don't got. Oh, wait, no, is that... Are carrot crisps their own thing separate to veg crisps? Because I've got pumpkin crisps. If you're somebody who doesn't like being spoiled by the cooking system, look away, because I'm about to just linger a minute and check my lists against this list. Carrot crisps. Because pumpkin crisps are their own thing, so maybe carrot crisps are too. Because it's the recipe rather than the item itself, that should mean that it's a separate thing. Although, actually, apparently veg crisps aren't their own separate thing. Oh, yoink. Got. I think I've got chocolate-coated rose petals. I certainly know about their existence. I don't know if I've actually gotten around to making any yet. No, I've done the berries and the nuts, but not the rose petals. Yoink. Iced as in icing. Yeah, iced biscuits. Yeah, like with icing on top. Like, have you ever come across party rings? Those are iced biscuits. I know how to make a deep-fried Haven bar, but I keep putting it off. I looked at making one the other day and there was something that put me off making it that was finicky and I just couldn't be bothered with it. Maybe I should get Rocky Road Crunch Bar. So exciting. I don't think I've made Jaffa cakes yet. Have I not made Jaffa cakes yet? So exciting. Jaffa. I have not made Jaffa cakes. Yoink. Also, because I'm lazy and I don't want to make it. You know what? There's loads of things which I've had and know how to make, but apparently haven't added to my recipe book yet. Like Jammy Dodgers. I like that you got the iced biscuits first on this server. Nicely done. Also known as cookies. Oh, but cookies aren't usually iced. For us, at least. Like, cookies might have stuff in, but they don't tend to have stuff on. Chocolated rose petals are a pain in the arse. Are they really, Madoon? Well, we're about to find out why. What was the other one I wasn't sure about if I've got? Oh, I've done some of the pasties, but I don't think I've done a meat pasty. Did I not? Oh, that's tricksy. Meat pasty. Do I have a meat pasty? I don't. Also, I'm going to get that, if only to, even though I'm going to crawl my way back to my boat, if only to remind me that honey vinegar is a thing and encourage me to go and puzzle that one out. 1 silver coin exactly. Look at that. Winner. And if you've never bought or traded recipes to add them to your recipe book before, they are super easy to use. What you do is, let's find out why chocolate coated rose petals are a pain. You right click, read the recipe. It will tell you what's involved. Just chocolate and rose flowers. Why does that make them a pain in the arse, Madoon? It will tell you what's in the recipe and then you just add it to cookbook. There you go, and it adds it. I wish you could kind of one-click it to add it to cookbook, but you can't. Most of mine have been puzzled out, but I have got a fair few of the ones in my cookbook through buying or trading recipes. But as we said earlier, like the other day, like Thursday, I knocked up about 60 new recipes to add to my cookbook. So mine's just expanded. Anyway, excellent. I have bought many things here. Well worth visiting. I don't know where Sullenswith is, but that applause is for you as well. Look at the little trays, the little plates of cookies. So adorable. Love it. And I shall be back at some point for some of this, because this is lovely. In fact, tell you what, if I screeny it, that might remind me. I might have to not turn my UI off though, so I know which colour it is I wanted. Because that is sometimes how I end up remembering I want things. When I'm looking back through my screenies, which I now do quite regularly to get stuff for the stream, every so often I'm like, what was this? Oh, that was that thing! And then I remember to go do it. So I think we've now been around all of the merchants. I think, because we've got the output ones over here. We've got a variety of draft and speed horses over here. We've had a peek at the bulk pens, which are just around that corner. Our big bulk's just here. And we've done this shop. So, No, well, so Sullenswith, when they did some kind of, I think it was maybe the cooking fix that they did, the affinities fix, reset a bunch of them. So in my experience, several servers do still have a handful of discoverable recipes left to discover, if you're into that kind of thing. So I've got one on release, and I got it maybe 2 years ago. And it was a really common one as well, which is why I was kind of miffed in a way. I was just adding things to my recipe book. And had I realised that there were going to be any left, I would have started with the cooler or the more unusual named ones first, but I didn't. So I've got spiced bread on release, which is dead easy to make, and I was just kind of gobsmacked. I did not expect that one not to have already been claimed, and then I was miffed in a way that was the one that I claimed. When if I had been a little bit more organised, maybe I could have got one of the cooler ones instead, but But yeah, it is fun. It is fun. So thank you very much, both of you. Yeah, I mean, if you do make more of the dye, let me know and I will come get some. Or you could always mail me some. Like, you don't have to check in with me or anything. You could just mail me a jar. I'm often on different servers, but I am very, very rarely on Northern Freedom Isles, so I'm pretty much always mailable. So that was Tarsis Harbour Market, which is just nestled into these mountains here, and the sun has come up because I have spent so long shopping. Now, the wind is still terrible, and it's 20 to 1, but I'm still holding up. Are you over at the Lormere Public Market, Tantail? We're going to go and have a quick look at that now. It is an off-deed market, so it's got an array of, I think, merchants owned by lots of different players, but there are a goodly number of them there, or there were last time I went. So we're going to go and have a quick look at that, and then since we will be at a portal town, ooh, you know what? I've got an even faster way to do this. Because the weather is quite as shit as it is, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to summon myself to Lormere and save myself both the sail and the run, which means instead I'm going to turn this boat back towards, where do I need Eshri to go? Exodus. She can take this back to Exodus, and I'm just going to log a tune on super quick. My other portal ping priest, and I'm going to summon myself to Lormere and cheat. Otherwise, we're going to be another half hour getting there. What's who holding up? What's who holding up? What are you holding up? Wait, what am I holding up? I'm so confused. It looks like I'm going to have to... What am I holding up? Holding up? Holding up? I don't know. What did I say I was holding up? Oh, I need more context than that. I have no idea what I said. I've grasshoppered like 3 topics on from now. If you can give me the wider context, maybe I can tell you. Oh, I see. I'm holding up. I see. Bad humour. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. I mean, my throat's not holding up well. But I am, for now. Yes, I get that it's a joke now. It's because I didn't get it at the moment that you said it, and then I was like, what did I say I was holding up? Also my literal brain. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my portal priest. So I'm going to magic myself out of this boat, and then Eshri can hop in to the driver's seat and take this back to Exodus. And that will get us to Lormere 20 minutes to half an hour earlier than we otherwise would. So he's just going to need to eat a gem, because I didn't leave him on regenning favour earlier. And because gems don't fill you to 100 straight away, we're just going to wait 20 seconds for him to tink up to 100. Best humour. Outrageous. But I'll tell you what I am going to do, because I'm about to be doing a little bit of running on foot. I'm going to do the clever thing, and I'm going to drop some of my purchases and re-equip my weapon before I go running around. Certainly I'm going to drop that 47 kilos of honey vinegar in the boat before I leave. Festive bedroll, Maston banner, those can go as well. The Yule goats can go. The saddle sacks can go. The Tall Kingdom banners can definitely go. God, I'm carrying... No, they can't go. But... It really annoys me that the first passenger position in a Nar is just slightly too far for you to trade with or emote interact with them. But let's trade those to Esh, so I don't have to carry those around either. Maybe this would be a good opportunity to swap seats as well. So she can, whoops, she can embark as commander. Whoa, 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 whoa! Woo! Nearly. Right, was there anything else I wanted to drop in? I'm carrying some dye, that can go. Those are quite lightweight, so those can...
Nobody saw that, right?
So those can stay. The pottery mugs can stay, because I don't like pottery taking damage before it has to. That should do me. And now, Aramis should now be up to 100 favour, which he is. So I just need him to step through a portal before I make the mistake of distractedly trying to summon myself when I'm not even on the same server. So let's hop him to Xanadu. We're heading to Lormere. And then I'm going to summon myself for cheaty speedy travel, since I can. Oh, and there's Tantail in local. Right, that's everything dropped into the Nar that needs to be. And I see you, Tantail the Initiate. Ready? Ba-ba-bam. Uh-oh. Zoom, zoom. And we're in Lormere. Which means my Portal Ping Priest can log off again for now. Eshri has safely got her course mapped. That's my my Mag Priest just there. He's gonna log off. Ooh, so this is the new Stable Master in a white shirt. I've seen two of these now, and the other one had one of those really long moustaches. This one has got very, very pink nose and cheeks. I mean, that looks spray painted on. I really hope they come out with the new Toon skins update soon. We've been asking for it for years, and it really, really bothers me. You can only play white Toons in this, but also like there are a lot of upgrades that they could do there, and I hope they do it soon. There's a random horse. Xanadu is covered in wild horses, I've noticed. So next question is, which direction is the public market? It's generally visible. Oh, it's right there, in fact. There we go. Hello, Tantail. Good to see you.
Hello.
So right outside of Lormere is one of the larger start town markets, which is why I include it on my list. Every other server can't get a horse to save your life. Yeah, Xanadu's covered in them. So most start town markets I don't have on that list because they are usually just aimed at new people, but this one is actually quite a good mix, and it does include some not just new player stuff, or has in the past, so we're about to find out if it still does. Ruffle is here as well. Hello, Ruffle. Wait, Draka's here as well, and I think Running Horse is one of Draka's ones, but Draka does live near here, so so for anybody who goes to the Lunalong, we are at Lormere just here, and Draka's Deed Kappa is just on the coast here, so Lormere is really quite an easy run from there. But hello, Ruffle, wherever Ruffle is. Is Ruffle now going to race me around and find all the good stuff on the merchants before I get to them? Let's have a look. Let's have a look, see what they got. You're looking to replace your lost gloves. If anybody else wants to join in, need some Doctor Who music for that jump. Yeah. I need some kind of like wibbly wobbly timey wimey kind of kind of music, don't I? Or maybe something slightly spooky on a theremin. True and not true. Oh, about horses on servers. Yeah. They are getting better, even on the smaller servers, but Xanadu is absolutely covered in them. I was running some alts around earlier to check some of the smaller markets, and I must have passed 30 or 40 wild horses on 2 not terribly long runs. Like, I don't think I was running for more than an hour across both tunes, just across Xanadu. That's a nice high-quality deep water fishing reel. Trouble is with fishing is even if you're not put off by the complexity, relative complexity of how to fish now, it's also the tools that you need to fish, because they require a whole bunch of different skills, and there's all the different reels, all the different lines, all the different hooks, all the different bait. Like, it can be really interesting and deep if you're into that, but if you're someone who used to just like quite casual fishing, it feels kind of inaccessible now. And even if it doesn't feel inaccessible due to the number of skills required, if you haven't got the coin or you don't go to Impelongs or something, just actually getting the stuff for it might be quite inaccessible for some people. Oh, yeah, true to life, bun. But you know what? Before they did the fishing update, like, I distinctly remember in my first year of playing Wurm, fishing being one of those nice chill-out activities that I would do at the end of a Wurm day. Like, I'd go and do my chores, like my tending to animals and my farming my fields, and then I would just go and sit on my little stool at the end of my pier with my fishing rod out, watching the sky, and it was just super chill. And I kind of miss that about it. So we got various fishing reels here, all at really nice high quality. A rare halberd, a variety of statuettes. I didn't buy that rare great helm that I meant to buy earlier. I can't even now remember which one it was in, which market it was in. Might have been the first one. I know I meant to, but clearly I forgot. Load of rare mortar on this one. Let's just check Eshri isn't sailing into a Nessie. She's fine. What about this one? Oh, this one has got a load of imbues on it. Whoop. There we go. Not unreasonably priced. They're a little on the pricey side for my liking, though, particularly given the qualities of some of them. But there's a good quantity of them. Damtail. I'll come back to that one. This one's got 4 items on it. Which one do I need to come back to? Aldoran. Ooh. What is? So we've got some bloods on this one. You bought your silly hat for me to see. Excellent. Where are you in your silly hat? You're done. You just wanted to buy the gloves. Where are you in your silly hat, Ruffle? Are you at the market at the moment, or are you somewhere else? We shall see Ruffle and her silly hat soon. Oh, you haven't put it on yet. Okay. Jackal sickle skin there. Oh, that's 2 items that haven't been priced, I think. Because usually when you see items with all of these decimals after, it's because somebody hasn't priced them when putting them on. I mean, it might not be, but I would think it is. Because only the game adds this many decimals to it. Everybody else rounds up to a copper. Yeah. You can tell by the pricing on them, because a player pricing those to sell would be pricing them much, much cheaper. There she is. Come and show us your silly hat. There you go. Skin of the month, guys. On a rare great helm. I mean, in fairness... Ooh, I like the back. It looks a little bit less silly in person than it did in that shot. Like, it looks quite nice from the side, but from some angles it does look quite derpy. Also, what is this necklace, Ruffle? What this? What this? Is that... Looks more like a puppet to you. I'm afraid I unfavourably compared it to a TV show that we used to have in the UK in, I think, the 90s called Dinosaurs. I think it's because it makes it look like it's got a really stout neck, so it looks kind of derpy to me. I feel like it's lost a load of its chin as well. Like, it feels like the jaw should be more substantial on it. Or Nightmare. It's the necklace I gave you. Ooh, what necklace did I give you? Wait. That's not the one I want, is it? It's this one. Oh, it's the Light of Hope. So do all silver necklaces look like that? I know they look... The silver necklaces, when you put them down on the counter, look kind of dull. They just kind of look like a rope necklace. But I don't know. I don't think the Light of Hope had its own special model, did it? Or did it? But I don't know if all silver necklaces look like that. I mean, I'm wearing a ruby one. So that's the ruby one. But I know that what they look like placed down is not always what they look like on people. Anyway, well, it's really pretty, so well done me. And also, I am pleased that the helm looks a little bit less ridiculous up close compared to how I was worried it would look. But I do still feel like this bit here, like the way it sits on the helm, it looks like it's lost a load of its lower jaw, which bugs me. Still, it's nice to actually get to see one, not just sort of, you know, in a flat picture on the forum, because seeing things sort of in 3D does help a lot. Have you tried dyeing it yet, Ruffle? Because presumably it's just not going to have dye zones, so it would dye the helm as well as the head. But I would kind of like to see it in other colours. Yeah, maybe. It's just it would dye the whole thing, and that would probably make it look even more like it's got this really chunky throat. Well, there you go. A little bit of a fashion show for you. Thanks, Ruffle. You've seen one, it dyes the helm. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't imagine that sticking a skin on it would give it more dye zones. Which one was that? So Alderaan was the one that I needed to go back to just have a look at what they've got, which is not that much, but some enchanted armour. Which one did I get to before I got turned around wanting to go and see Ruffle? I think we've seen this one. We have seen that one. Is Eshri still sailing safely? Yes, she is. This was the one I was looking at, because there's the jackal sickle skin and some more potions and things. And there was me commenting on how these ones had been auto added without being priced. Because they've got all of these extra decimals. Only the game, in my experience, tends to put irons on things, especially when it's random numbers like this, not even like a round number. That's the game auto-pricing something that hasn't been priced. You put your normal hat back on now. Back to Ruffle as we know her, wherever she is, probably talking to merchants. Trade. What we got here? Some of the necklaces from last Halloween. Some archaeology masks. Quite a lot of archaeology masks. And some nice high casts, nice high blessings of the dark casts on some rare tools. Nice. Miss Treasure. I thought I was going to get really exciting treasure. You price your armour as a full set and ratio out the individual bits. Why don't you just round it to the nearest copper, though? Oh, Madoon, you've ruined my theory. Nobody ever puts things in irons, I said. Or at least not when there's also coppers and silvers at play. If anybody ever sees sleep powder on a merchant and thinks it's wildly overpriced, it's because the game forces it at a certain price. You can't price your own sleep powder. I sometimes see people be like, wow, that's so expensive. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not the player's fault, in fairness. Some rare lumps, some checkerboards, more fireworks, faceless masks. Ugh. We hate them. We hate them, precious. More enchanted stuff here. See, you could argue that a lot of this is kind of aimed at new players because there's an awful lot of enchanted tools. But there are some other things besides, like we've had some rares and we've had some gifts and things. Hang on, let me expand that out. So we've got some chain stuff, some plate stuff, and some leather stuff, all kinds of armour on this. Some of it... No, it's all enchanted, in fact. It is all enchanted. And it doesn't seem to be priced differently for different enchants. Rounding things up to coppers means you'd have to round other bits down. I don't really think it matters. Most people aren't going to quibble over a copper or two. You could just round them all up to the nearest copper. Oh, Eshri has just crossed a border. Let me just hop her back out and into her boat and make sure that she's lined up in the right direction on her legacy renderer as well. What have I done? Popped off the top off the bottom. 15. What were we? 14, 15. Cool. Right, I know exactly where she is. Well done, me. I even got her across exactly the right bit of the border, right back to where I was. So, armour on that one. Yoink. Yes, rare snowflake. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's making me go through the middle for this one. Cheap goodies. Probably not going to be so much of interest to me.
Take my money.
Thank you, Bun. Cha-ching indeed. Oh, indeed cheap goodies. Look at that. A few coppers each. But they are archaeology items, so they're in a lot of weird metals. Merchant Bobby. We've got some rare materials on this one. Some cloth items. Another luxurious checkerboard. Snowman heads, which should not be priced at a silver. Can't get rid of them. Maybe they're rarer on Xanadu, but I doubt it. They're like glitter. Everywhere you look, there's bloody more of them, and every time you think you've got rid of them all, then more appear. These are nice high quality. Look at this. Quality 93.5 tools across the board. Nice. I hear little footsteps. It's Tantail. Right, one more row to go, and then we're going to hop over to the next market. So, let's expand them all. I didn't actually look at the price of the rare mats, Madoon. I'll go and have a look again in a minute. In fairness, they're stone shards, and stone shards are tricky to sell anyway, so maybe that's why. Which one was it? Was it this one? No, they're not really. They're not really cheap. The ones that tend to be more expensive that go for 50 copper or a silver are the ones that you can use to make finished items, whereas these ones are all ones that have to be used to try and imp something rare, which means they are much, much less likely to make something rare. So, for example, the reason why nails and planks and shafts go for like a silver each now, although I feel like that's high, but the reason that they go for so much is because there are like 4 and 5 part items, of which they are 1 part, which gives you a 20 to 25% chance of making a rare item with it. but there are no items that use rare stone shards as one of their components. So the only way to make rare stone shards of use is to make an item, then imp it up with rare stone shards, and on the final imp, when you use up the last bit, then you get a chance to rare it, but the chance is way, way, way lower, which is why the items that can be used as creation mats are more expensive. I would say those are actually quite pricey for stone shards. Normally I see them go for, I don't know, 10 or 15, but because they're so heavy, sometimes people struggle to sell them for that. I mean, 10 copper is sort of the standard for items that you can't use for anything, for sack value. You'd like that marble shard, pretty peas, Bun. Marble shard, marble shard. That one? All right. I assume you mean that one. Yeah, just checking there wasn't a supreme one or something. Gonna have to break another silver up. There we go. Yes, 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 Bun. Whatever you say. So these are not enchanted, and there are a variety of things, but also some of these are like a couple of copper. So this one is very much aimed at starter tunes. What have we got on Bob? Merchant Bob. We've got a rare slate brick and some rare slate shards there. Another luxurious checkerboard. And a variety of rugs and pelts. And on this one, blood, unlabelled, helpfully. Troll King blood. Fantastic statuette of Dragon Fang. Half the price of the last one of those we saw, but still pricey. I mean, not, in fairness, not pricey compared to what they have been selling for lately, just... It kills me that they now cost that much on the open market. Rare shaft, rare mortar, rare marble brick for 50. Good night, Madoon. Some eggy wegs. And a variety of studded leather. Some supreme marble shards for 2 silver. An unfinished guard tower, which once again... See, that's no good. An unfinished guard tower for 4 silver, which is probably a PMK one, but who knows? Because the PMK ones don't tell you they're PMK ones when you examine them. That needed to be renamed. Because it could just be a common or garden guard tower and somebody would be very miffed to find that it was. It's a bit of a gamble, even if it's not, as to which one it would be. Then what have we got? We've got some diamonds, gems in general, more luxurious checkerboards. I suspect that these merchants with all these luxurious checkerboards on are all owned by the same person. That, or everybody's been comparing notes, because they're all priced at exactly the same price. Rare stone shards, Xanadu treasure map. Nope. Some riftwood. Ooh, seal barrels of honey. Still with whatever they were previously called, excitingly. Cooking science tomorrow for you, Madoon. It's like you're doing more experimentation. Let me know if you catch up with my cooking number. I need to do some more now as well. Can't even catch up. Expensively priced source crystals. Merchant Shay has not very much at all. What we got? We got 2 left. 2 left. Oh, what's this one got? Oh, this one's got Drake hide on it. More potions, more masks, bunch of rares. What have we got? Some rare... Oh, some rare pieces, but in weird metals. These are all going to be archaeology ones, aren't they? Because we got a lot of rare tools on here, but these are also in weird metals and things. That's expensive for a rare pale mask, in my opinion, but don't know how many of them are on the market at the moment. Some of these are like, I mean, look at that one. That's like 90 quality for steel as well. And then we got some snowflakes and some comexes. And one last one. One last one. One last one. Christmas tree. You know, I don't think I've ever seen Christmas trees on a merchant, but I assume they were stuck on there at Christmas. And that's kind of good. I like that. I like that. You can win some scale. Nice. Rare stone slab. That's very low quality though. It's a shame. Rare flaming skull. And a whole lot of Christmas trees for cheaps. I like that. Right, I think that's all the merchants here. Yeah. There is also a horse market in another direction outside of Lormere called Vendor Horse. I haven't been to it in quite a while because I don't tend to visit horse markets, but I think it is still there. If we have a look at the signposts when we're back in town, it is quite close, so it might actually be on the signposts. But I couldn't tell you whether or not it is currently populated. What is so heavy? It's the shards, isn't it? It's going to be like, I'm going super slow. What am I going at? Yeah. Mail these to Bun and that will put me back up to my proper speed. Oh, yeah. Open. Shards. Send. Suppose you did. Well, work. Would help if I put your name in, wouldn't it? Suppose you did ask me to cod them, so I will cod them. What were they? Were they 20 copper? There are horses in stock. There you go, that's good to know. So Vendor Horse does have horses in stock at the moment. Oh, it's not going to let me get price while it's there. Here we go. If you ever want to know how much you bought something for, by the way, you can always just re-examine it. And there you go, prices, get price, and it will tell you what price it was set at when you bought it. So there, it was 20 copper. There you go, man. On its way in like 10 minutes. I'm surprised that that cost is as low as it is for a Start Town one. And for anybody who's hopping with me to the next one, we are going to Glasshollow next. So, Xanadu. Whoops, I forgot Eshery was AFK sailing. I'm just gonna. She's fine. She's not been beaten to death by a troll. Because I've got her sound turned off as well, so I wouldn't even hear it if she was. I'm just gonna put her back where she should be. There we go. There we go. That's fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. Yeah, and we're going to Xanadu. To Glasshollow up here. Let's pop that back in my coin purse. And then from Glasshollow, oh, there's a heli. Oh, okay, it's a zombie one. We've got Ruffle here. Tantail, are you joining us here as well, or are you tailing off somewhere else? That wasn't meant to be a pun. I realise it might have sounded like a pun. Why are you going to need a lot of rare marble shards, Bun? What is it that you are? Hello. Oh, wait. To rare another chessboard? What? I'm confused. Surely chessboards aren't marble. So confused. Ah, and we got Tantail. There we go. Right. So, that way. Off we go. Now, this market used to be the biggest one on Xanadu by some margin, but it hasn't been for a while. The original Glasshollow Market that was here fell a while ago, and then somebody redeeded parts of it where there weren't buildings in the way. I think it was Smiling Cat that redeeded it. So then, apparently there's an animal market somewhere near here. So it used to be that it extended from sort of the end of this ridge all the way down to the water, and I think this used to be an Impelong site before my time, before I was coming to Xanadu anyway. You make them with a marble shard. Well, so there you go. Stone shards, still not good for anything, but marble shards finally are. No wonder you were so miffed, Bun, when I was like, oh, I'm just going to sack these marble shards. Clearly that's what I get for not doing toy making. But yeah, it used to be that the original marketplace here stretched from, I think, these gates downwards, because these platforms here had markets on them. You may still, I don't think there's any traders left on them now. And it extended all the way down to the coast and then beyond. Oh no, it must have been this one. So although, oh look, there you go, the market's expanded. So actually, now the person who redeeded this Glasshollow Market Reloaded, originally they just deeded down that end because there were all of these slowly decaying buildings up here, but evidently they've now decayed sufficiently that they've been able to expand the deed up here. But I did notice when I came here a few weeks ago that a lot of the merchants had packed up and left. So we're probably going to get a bit of a mixed bag in terms of which areas have merchants and where there aren't any anymore. So this one is a load of enchanted chain. Where's the slate to make the black squares? I really wish that there were other things that we could use the other kinds of shards for in creation, not just in imping. Got a load of plate here, imped and enchanted, in iron. What have we got over this side? Traditionally, we had shields and something else over here, I think. Whether or not they're still here, I don't know. Yep, there you go. There's the shields merchant. And those ones have all gone. So you've got a tools merchant over here. So I think, I don't know, I mean, these must still belong to active players because they are still here. But these ones, these are holdovers from the from the first market that was here before even Glasshollow Market Reloaded, before it was refounded. The old Glasshollow Market had those same merchants there. There were some around here as well, but these have all now long gone. And then, as you can see, a lot of these ones are now empty, but there was channels of merchants all the way along here, going out from the two sides, and some down on the dock. And when it was first redeeded, that's when all of these ones were kind of repopulated. I think these ones here were here originally, but these ones along here were added when it was redeeded. So most of the ones up here are again merchants that go back to the first market, those that are left. Some of the ones down here are newer and some of them are original, and because I don't want to clash with those guys who are looking around markets, I'm going to go down here first and then I'm going to work my way back up. See, a lot of these have now left, but there were so many market stalls here originally that this is probably still a bigger market than a lot of markets that we go to in terms of numbers of merchants here. But in terms of proportion, like proportionally, the amount of market stalls that are empty here is creeping higher and higher all the time. Got a rare fruit press there. We've got some runes. Quite a few runes, in fact. What about nothing on that one? One's still in place there. Ooh, this one's got rares. I know there's some PMK stuff in this market. It's there's been people selling sort of JK and Mulrehan stuff here. So here you go. Here we've got rare stone shards priced at 5 copper each. Supreme saucepan, but for 20, like, I don't know anybody who's going to pay 20 for a supreme saucepan. Rare short bow for 5. Some dragon scale on this one as well, dragon scale glove. Fireworks, bloods. Oh, forgot I was AFK sailing estuary yet again. God, I'm so bad at this. However, I can see the canal that I'm heading for, so it's all good. Right, back we go. Great helms. More checkerboards, even pricier than the last ones we were looking at. There's a 20 copper snowman head here, Ruffle, if you're short of them. We got this one around the corner. Just pausing a second to turn estuary into the canal so that she doesn't keep AFK sailing into the sides of mountains. Oh, and now the weather bloody picks up. Look at that. All that time sailing on Xanadu in a light breeze, now we have a strong wind. So some imping materials on there and a couple of fruit presses. See, it's a bit of a weird mix in this one. That one's left. These ones are empty. What about this one? Valyrian steel. So we've got more enchanted weapons on this one. Including, that one's got Stone Strike and Blessings of the Dark. Mary's Goods and Gears. Newbie stuff. Ropes healing covers. Chaos Merchant. So we've got some HOTS and some JK stuff here. JK banners for 5 silver a pop. I don't know how I'm doing on JK banners. I think I'm probably all right. You're not paying for them. Yeah, it'd be easy enough to find. Find for freeze. HOTS banners and flags for a silver each. And JK banners and flags for 5 silver each. Let's go and have a look at these. Yeah, Tantail, the runes on a wreath, as Ruffle says, if they are restored from archaeology fragments, and if you have good archaeology skill, you have an increasing chance to have multiple runes on those items. There's a HOTS tent here. Oh, and a HOTS pavilion. Don't often see the pavilions. HOTS guard towers. Oh, it's going to be really weighty as well. Might come back for a HOTS guard tower if I don't forget, because I don't want to be crawling around the whole market with it. JK flag there. Panda banners. Panda banners and HOTS. Kind of tempted by the HOTS pavilion, you know. Although 5 silver seems high for a HOTS anything. You've commandeered a horse, Ruffle. Very good. So we've got some more Christmas stuff and Halloween stuff here. Archaeology creations and a bunch of masks. Rare hatchet, pickaxe and plate leggings. Spiky snowflakes. Yee, snowflakes. Oh, what is? More bloods. Some potions and some more rares here. What do we got? Ah, but they're tin. I was so miffed about that Supreme Zinc Halberd. Sometimes archaeology giveth, and the rest of the time archaeology taketh away. Got some drake hide here though. Have I been over the bridge? Over which bridge? Down the bottom? Is there now an over the bridge down the bottom, as in, oh, this new bridge? Free food and snacks bridge, do you mean? I have not. Do I need to go over there first? Is there now something exciting and new there? This is all new. So, I'll remember where I get to, probably, maybe. It used to be that there were forges all around the edge of this on, I think, like remnants from the old Impelong site. And there was a bulks market over in this direction originally. Oh, look. So I wonder if somebody is going to be slowly moving and reviving this market, because look at these, all of these archaeology wood market stalls. Yeah, it looks like there's a new one building, and in fact, there's already some merchants here. Good shout, Ruffle. Let's have a look. I would have missed it. Oh, too tired to explore properly. So we got some rare dredges. Don't think I own a rare dredge, but I'm not sure I ate silver want a rare dredge. And a smattering of other things. You only been here when Xan first opened. It's changed quite a lot in that time, and changed several times in that time as well. It's gone through various iterations, this bit of the sort of the coast outside Glasshollow. Blessings of the Dark on those shields. I remember what the other item was that I meant to keep looking out for, and that's, not that I ever see them, and that's a rare medium metal shield. Just almost never see them. Oh, Ruffle. Oh my goodness. I'm going to crawl back to the portal. Another rare fireplace as well. Do you want one of these, Bun? Like, I know I can't mail it to you, but if I can carry it home... Did the shield peep up top not have it? Not a rare one. It's a rare one that I'm after, not just a normal one. Although having said that, Bun, this is not that far from a portal. It's only a portal hop away, so it's quite easy for you to get to. Yeah. Didn't expand those out, but I think that was just enchanted pelts and whetstones. Yeah. There you go. No, 1.5 is really good for all of them. You often see them going for a lot more. I mean, HOTS ones, I sometimes find HOTS ones for a silver. But the JK and the Haukrhavn ones usually go for a few silvers, so that's good. That's really good pricing. Rare unfinished forge, rare open fireplace, 8 silver. Whoa. Rare loom. Yeah, I like the JK ones, and I have safety towers. So I have a JK, Haukrhavn, and HOTS tower in my like safety set, and sometimes I have 2 in my safety sets. The problem with them is that they are heavy. Oh, we got a box merchant over here as well, selling iron lumps and pottery bricks. So this is evidently an expanding market. Just going to check. Oh. Yeah, because there's going to be more dotted around. So we got some horses, maybe? No, they haven't got anything on them at the moment. Evidently there will be a horse merchant here. That's your bulks buildings. Ooh! Public use. So if I end up crawling too much when I pick up those guard towers, I could go and pick up a wagon. Maybe that'll be the way to do it. But I'm going to go finishing looking around those other merchants first before I buy anything super heavy. You got a rare loom recently from the GD Tiny Market. Nice. Yeah, big sections of this Tantail are quite empty, but if you count up all of the merchants across the lot of it, it is still quite a big market, which is why I do still keep coming here, even though a lot of it's kind of emptying out. So there were only a few down here, but we just started going around these ones up here. So there's these 2 stretches to do and the 2 little bits up there. And then that's everything, and I can go and buy the things I wanted to buy. So I think it was it this one, Cavasian Moor, which is not Cavasian Moor. Okay, have you all got it back? Can you all still hear me? Unfortunately, I think that means this is going to split this into 2 streams on the recording, which is a pain in the arse.
Victory!
But yeah, OBS just crashed. So that wasn't me kicking a cable, that was OBS just having a fit, unfortunately. So it means that the VOD is going to be split, which is super annoying, but never mind. Anyway, we've got you back. So, got you back for now, as we were. So, right, this is the one that's got the Hots Pavilions, which I am tempted by, although 5 silver is more than I'd like to pay for them. I think I'd already looked at this one. Maybe, was it this one that I got to? I think it was. But I do want some guard towers, so I'm going to need to go back over the bridge for those. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm glad in a way that it was OBS falling over and not my internet, because at least it's quite quick to get OBS back up and doing. But when my internet falls over, that's often end of stream, because it takes too long to just get it all back up and running. So Ruffle, you were saying someone sneezed and the cat took out a cable. No, that was OBS falling over, in fact. Ruffle, you were saying that you bought a rare loom. Twitch telling me to shut the fuck. Wow, Bun. Rude. You bought a rare loom. Very good. I think I found my rare loom on a fallen deed, because I have one, but I didn't buy it, so I must have wombled it up from somewhere. Rare enchanted goods on this one. Expand all. Puppets. Okay, pretty standard fare. She-wolf does really nice high quality cloth armor. I've bought stuff from here before. In fact, what I'm wearing might be from this stand, although it's lower quality. I feel like it might have been from here, but maybe I've worn it down a little bit. Got some dyed stuff here as well. Nice. I think I've also once or twice in the past bought rare cloth items from this merchant. And this one looks to be enchanted items as well. The trouble is, enchanted items are all well and good, but the market is so saturated with them that it's really hard to stand out selling enchanted items. And because, I guess because people can get hold of those more easily, like with things like impalongs and stuff, you can get your items enchanted that you've made yourself with your signature on it. I think that's probably also made it a bit harder to sell enchanted items. I'm sure some of them do still sell, but you'll have seen just from the amount of the ratio of items being sold of them being enchanted tools. A lot of them I just end up kind of scrolling past because there are so many to see. I mean, this one's weapons, obviously, and stacked casts on weapons. Got a mailbox there. 99 courier cast on that one. Expand all. See, I'm leaning forward and I'm squinting now, which is telling me that I should have put my glasses on. And I could now do it, but it seems a little bit late at this point, doesn't it? Are there any left this way? There were a couple of strays standing on this this section for a while, but it looks like they've all gone now. That one's empty. Yeah, this upper market's a little bit lackluster now, isn't it? Which is a shame. Because there have been some good stuff here over the years, but mostly there seems to be enchanted tools and things now, with a couple of exceptions. So if you're not looking for enchanted tools, there's just not so much here for you on these ones. Like we're not really seeing much in the way of also gifts and things. There are a lot of rares, a smattering of rares actually, but we're not seeing so much of the sort of more unusual or collectible stuff up here. She says, and then has one with like 2 fantastic recipes on it. So what have we got here? More drake hide. Both kinds of fantastic recipe. Sometimes wonder if I take any other player's money than Ruffle and Crim. You do, Bun. I'm sure you do. The Mask of the Isles. That's expensive for a rare Mask of the Isles. It might not be expensive on Xanadu, but the trouble is, once you've got access to travel, it's very, very hard to compete with someone's prices like Joe the Bard, who kind of gets to set the price, the market price for most rare archaeology items, because she just produces them at such a rate that there are multiples of like most mosques and statue frags and things, and whatever Joe sets them at, that's the price to beat. For anybody who knows about Joe's market, that is. So I suspect a lot of people start trying to sell anything higher than she's priced her ones at struggles a bit. Steel trowel blade there as well. So, have I now done all of them? That's all of these. We did the few that were up there. Don't think I want to pay 5 silver for a pavilion, but I do want some of those towers, and the question is, how many am I going to be able to carry? So currently my weight is 87. My max is 337, but I don't want to go all the way up to that, or I will literally crawl. So, what does that give me? About 200 and not quite 250 to play with. Oh, and I've beached Eshri again. Let's just set her straight again. She's almost back to Thorspring. He's come back and help me carry stuff. No, if I can't carry it, I'm not allowed to buy it. That's the rule. But there was a wagon right there, so if I'm going so slow that nobody wants to watch, I might just borrow the wagon back up to the token. Or I might let you all go here. What time are we on? 1:30. See, I could just log in a couple of other tunes and show you the other markets, but it is late. And the other ones that I would log them into are really very small markets, so I don't think you're missing out on a lot there. I would have taken us to the Nexa market, but as I say, the Nexa market's now fallen. Where did we find? Was it on the end here? The Nexa market used to be a place that I would suggest you go visiting, but it's fallen. The whole deed's fallen, and there's just most of the merchants are now gone. And the ones that are left, I think, have not had their inventory updated in a long time, so it's not even really worth it for the merchants that were left. There were a few interesting items left on one of those merchants at Nexa, and I bought them all. I got a rare ring, I got a rare legat, and I got a rare something else, and I can't remember what it was. Here we go. They only weigh 17 each. You know what? I can carry a bunch of them. It'll be fine. The question is, should I have gone and taken more coin out before I came back here? The answer is yes, I should. I've only got like a silver and some copper that isn't rare. So I'm going to run to a token, I'm going to grab some more silver, and I'm going to get myself some towers, and then I'm going to head back to a portal. And I suppose if I'm carrying a bunch of guard towers, I actually need to take myself back to release first, so I can go and drop them off there before I head back to Exodus to continue building tomorrow. But, hang on. Where is the token now? It was... Have they re-established it? I thought the token was here originally, but maybe they have refounded it and moved. Ruffle or Tantail, did either of you see where the token was? because it's moved from the last time I was here. The token when they first re-established it was here, on this tile, I think. Maybe it's moved over the bridge and I wasn't paying close attention. You didn't. I'll go and have a look up over here. Because if they're building a new market over here, it would kind of make sense that if they'd refounded the market, they moved the token as well. There it is. There it is. There it is. Found it. I feel like at the start of these streams, I should have seen what was in my bank account at the beginning and what was in at the end, so we could have a total. A total amount that Crim spent this stream. No, still the wrong one. This one. Not this one. God damn it. That one. There we go. It's even called Chaos Guard Towers. I'm so used to the Glasshollow merchants being called completely different things than they actually sell, because so many of them have been around for so long. I just sort of disregard them. 1, 2, 3. What am I up to? 68. Loads. I haven't seen cheaper hot ones for sale for a little while. Trying to think which ones I've used recently. I'm pretty sure I've already got a safety JK one. Shh. Nobody judge. Right. 1, 2, 3. How slow am I gonna be?
Oh, you shush your face.
Oh, slow.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
That's okay. I can crawl my way back to a portal while we do our cooldown. Ooh.
Cha-ching. Take my money.
Yeah, they are. No, well, I mean, there's only one ruffle. But they are. They are talking about a ruffle. Lost a checker or chessboard? Ruffle? Have you lost a checker or chessboard? If not, pop up in Freedom and be like, nope, wasn't me. And I've beached Eshri again! She's so close to Thulspring as well. Okay, right, anyway. So OBS has already collapsed once. You did lose a chessboard. Or checkerboard. Are we saying that is in fact you that they are talking about correctly, Ruffle? Beached Eshri encounter. Yeah. Well, the idea was that I was going to just portal Crim. This is going to be so goddamn slow. I tell you what I am going to do, just to sort my refresh out, I'm going to eat this. But yeah, so eat my macaroni cheese. Drink my water. I reckon a lot of you are European, so I reckon a lot of people have probably already hopped off to bed. Oh no! Somebody came and just picked everything up at the holy site. That's shit. Wow. I'm sorry, Ruffle. That is really crappy. Well, if anybody sees that person, keep your peepers peeled and nail your stuff down or pick it up again. Right, we did go to all of those. So it's going to take me a little while to walk back up to the portal. And while I could log one of my tunes on in one of the tiny markets to show you them, given that OBS already fell over once, I think I'm probably going to be pushing my luck to try and do that while I slope very, very slowly home. So I think this is probably yeah. Or if they'd asked, I mean, if it's somebody who had been there longer and then they still picked it up and ran off with it, I would be pretty pissed. But yeah, like somebody asking is one thing, but somebody just picking up and walking off with your stuff, that's crap. So for anybody who is at or is planning to go and spend any time at the Mag Fisher, how long has it been up now, Ruffle? Like it's been up at least a week already, right? It's probably only got some days left. But for anybody who's going to spend any time at the Mag Fisher, I assume that that's where it's just happened. Let's stop and get our stamina back. And hop back to local. So I am going to 2 days left on it. There you go. Oh, were you there as well, Zalo? Yeah, that's shit. So I'm crawling my way at a snail's pace at a grand 3.38 kilometers an hour back up to the portal to take this stuff home and drop it off. Eshri is almost safely back at Full Spring with the rest of my loot in the boat. I don't know how much money I spent this stream, but it was probably quite a lot. So thank you for those of you who spend money in my market and enable me. It's very good of you. So final plug for anybody who missed it. Oh, in fact, before I do my final plug, hang on. Just in case. I know a lot of you are there already, but if anybody wants to get notifications through Discord rather than Twitch, there's a Discord link there. You can just go and mute the rest of it if you want to. We don't talk that much on it, but we don't natter that much on it, but there's a stream notifications channel. You can just turn the alerts on for that one if you want, because I post on there when I go live and when I go live with Calvert. But let me switch away to my closing screen. The Delhi Renaissance Festival in Pelong starts on Thursday. Hopefully I will see many of you there. I will be there on and off across all 4 days. I will be streaming for 2 or 3 hours on several of those days. On Saturday, I'm planning to stream for 5 or 6 at least. So it's going to be a very, very long weekend for me. Running lots of games, doing lots of fun stuff, hopefully doing a little bit of imping as well. And I said I was going to switch to my cooldown, and I didn't, because I'm sure it's thrilling watching me walk really, really slowly back to Glasshollow. But yeah, come along to the Impalong. It is on the centre of the north coast of Delhi. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you can't get there by boat, we can always summon you from a portal. But my cooldown market for today is one of the ones that we visited, Tarsis Harbour Market. I have now that I've gone and visited Zalo's one, Haukrhavn, I've taken some pictures of that. So I'm going to add that into my rotation for cooldown screens as well. And I'm pretty sure I've already featured Glasshollow Market. You know what I didn't do, though? I totally meant to take a screenie at Sleepy's, and I didn't. So at some point I will pop back there and take a screenie of that one as well, because I don't currently have that in my rotation. But this was one of the deeds that we went to earlier today. Thank you for all coming and hanging out with me. Thanks, Tantail and Ruffle, for coming and joining me for some of those hops. I'm going to be at least another 5 minutes walking my way back to Glasshollow, but Eshri has finally arrived in Thor Spring, safe and sound. So that's something. And Calvert and I will also be back next Friday, we hope, unless something goes horribly wrong. So in addition to streaming during the daytime on Friday at the Impalong, doing Impalong stuff, I will also be out streaming with Calvert in the evening, probably starting at the DRF, because he will be visiting. But then going off somewhere else, maybe we'll go explore or something. So good night, guys. Sorry about the blip there in the middle where OBS fell over. And I will catch some of you anytime from Thursday onwards, hopefully. Good night and take care.